guess a few minutes.
Yes.
You may begin.
Ready to go? Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays. I'd like to call to order the Committee on University Governance, ECSU. And I'm sorry, Ms.
We're
Sanders.
calling, this is Board of Trustees of the Endowment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Board of Trustees of the Endowment, wrong script. Meeting to order. As the chair of the committee, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law and allow the public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, texts, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meeting are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposed amendments, and raising points of order. I will now call on Ms. Sanders to do roll call.
Good morning. Board of Trustees of the Endowment. Trustees Jan King Robinson,
Present.
Jimmy Chambers,
Present.
Andy Culpepper,
Present.
Paul Tyne,
Present.
and Chancellor Carrie Dixon,
Present.
Dr. Peter Ely,
Present.
and Vice Chancellor Lisa McClinton.
Present.
Thank you. Roll call. Everyone is present.
Thank you. As chair of the Board of Trustees Committee of the Endowment, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees Committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. Hearing none, I'll call for a approval of the minutes. May I have a motion?
I so move. This is Andy.
All right. Thank you, Andy. May I have a second?
Peter Ely, second.
All righty. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? I guess roll call, Ms. Sanders, for approval?
Roll call for the approval of the minutes. Jan King Robinson,
Yes.
Jimmy Chambers,
Approved.
Trustee Culpepper made the motion. Chancellor Dixon,
Yes.
Dr. Ely made the second. Paul Tyne,
Yes.
and Lisa McClinton.
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
All righty. Thank you. All right. I will call on our able staff to move us through the agenda. I'll call on, I'm assuming it's, I have lost my order, so I'm going to just call on Lisa McClintock, our VC of Business and Finance.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, trustees. I just want to give a quick update on the endowment committee for the university. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
So just to give you a view update, you can see from the chart that the endowments have recovered completely from COVID-19, which is great. So they're still moving along. It should have been a little higher based on the projections like a year ago when they project out like the investments for the year. But I will take this that we have completely recovered from COVID-19 and earned back the quasi earnings that we had prior to COVID-19 hitting. And then just to give you an update, from the last time we have met, which was in June, the inception to date was like 5% for the university, where you can look today is at 7.83%, as well as the foundation has increased to 6.13%, where it was at 4.89%. And that's mainly due to because they have recurring gifts too. So that was really good to kind of see. It can kind of tell you since the inception, it is still moving back up. Should be a little bit higher based on the performance, but we have recovered completely from COVID-19. So that's a great thing. And other than that, that is my update for endowment. I think Anita might give an update as well.
Thank you, VC McClinton. Does anybody have any questions on the report? Comments? All right, we'll move to VC Walton.
I believe VC Walton will be reporting during finance audit and university advancement, unless you have something else, VC Walton.
I do not. I don't have an update.
All righty. Are there any other matters to come before the Board of Trustees Committee on the Endowment this morning? All right, hearing none, I will ask for a motion to end the meeting. Can I hear a motion?
So moved. Peter Ely.
Second?
Second the motion, Andy.
All righty, roll call in favor.
A roll call
Yes,
for the adjournment of this meeting. Trustee Jan King Robinson,
Yes.
Trustee Jimmy Chambers,
Yes.
Trustee Culpepper offered the second, Chancellor Dixon,
Yes.
Dr. Ely offered the motion, Trustee Tyne,
Yes.
and Vice Chancellor Lisa McClinton.
Yes.
Thank you all. Without objection, then we stand adjourned, and we have 2 minutes before our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ely, for your time and joining us this morning.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ely.
My pleasure.
You're on mute, Trustee Bunch.
All right. I'd like to call to order the meeting on academic excellence and strategic growth. As chair of the committee, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, text, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meeting are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. Ms. Saunders, if you would now call the roll.
Sure. Committee on Academic Excellence and Strategic Growth, Trustees Lynn Bunch,
Present.
Harold Barnes, Trustee Harold Barnes, Chris Evans.
Harold Bonds is present. He's having some
Yeah,
struggle with
sure,
his
okay.
mute button.
I thought I saw him, yes. Chris Evans. She's here also. And Stephanie Johnson.
Present.
Okay, as chair of the Academic Excellence and Strategic Growth, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. Having none, I'll ask for the approval for minutes for the September 21st, 2020 meeting. Do I
Move.
have
Barnes, so moved.
a second?
Second, Stephanie Johnson.
All those in favor say, oh, well, we have to vote
I will
by
do-
roll call.
Yes, I will do a roll call for the approval of the minutes. Lynn Bunch.
Approve.
Okay, Trustee Barnes made the motion. Is Trustee Evans? Yes. Minutes?
Here.
Approval of the minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Johnson made the second. Minutes are approved. Thank you.
Okay, we have no items for action this morning. However, we do have a fairly lengthy report on information items. Things have been really popping around the university. So at this time, I'd like to call on Dr. Ward to present us with those items. Dr. Ward?
Thank you so much, Trustee Bunch. So, of course, I would like to begin our my presentation today with our SACS Road to Reaffirmation timeline. SACS is still, of course, at the forefront. We had our off-site peer review from November 3rd through the 16th, and we did receive our response to our off-site report on November 16th. There were 8 items that we were not in compliance with, basically needing additional information. We are confident that we will be able to address those. That's about 50% of the normal reviews that offsite give for non-compliance. So we are extremely excited about that and know that we will be able to address those. Those focus report information is due February 1st. In addition, the quality enhancement plan, which focuses on career readiness, is also due February 1st. We will have our on-site, which is going to be 100% virtual. I believe I announced that in September, and that is scheduled for March 15th through the 18th. And so we are well on our way and confident about our reaffirmation process. In terms of spring 2021, our semester is about 53% of our courses will be offered in face-to-face. That's about 30% are totally face-to-face, 23% are hybrid, 47% will be offered online. This is a slight increase from the fall. In the fall, we have 41% of our courses offered online. This semester, we'll have 47, but still in line with the other UNC system institutions. On some of the slides, you'll see a comment at the top in red. In this one, here's an example where I have 1.5, expand the national prominence of our aviation science program. If one of the slides actually ties to the strategic plan, I will indicate it using this heading at the very top. So we are working on our ABBY accreditation, that is our aviation science accreditation. We've already had our on-site visit, which was done virtually. We have initial responses were submitted on December 1st, and we have until January the 5th in order to respond to that. We hope to get information on our initial accreditation. We do not currently have ABBY accreditation for aviation science, so we should figure out if we were able to receive that in March. We also had, November was a busy month for accreditations. ABBY occurred in November. We also had our AACSB accreditation for our business administration, accounting, and sport management. We had that on-site visit also in November. We did not have accreditation for sport management, so this is our initial request to get that program accredited. We were asking to be reaccredited for business administration and accounting. Again, that visit went well. We have until, I believe, January to respond, and we should learn about our status in March as well. And then thirdly, in November, we had ABET, which is our re-accreditation for our engineering technology. It's a similar timeline, and so we should learn early next semester whether or not we are reaffirmed for ABET. So in addition to SACS, we also have 3 different program accreditations that have occurred during the month of November. We continue to identify strategic opportunities for sustainable growth. One of the areas that we are really looking at are our community colleges. We signed an initial co-admissions agreement with Vance Granville Community College. This is initial community college that we did not have a relationship with. And actually, they're the second largest producer of associate degrees in the state of North Carolina. So we really are excited about this initial partnership with them. And we do have articulation agreements that we are working on, one in business administration and one in computer science or engineering technology. And so we are really thankful for this relationship that we are building with Vance Granville Community College. We continue to work with the College of Albemarle, which of course is our #1 feeder. We're currently working on 2 articulation agreements, one in business administration and one in social work, and they are in the final stages. They should be signed in late January. As well as Pitt Community College, of course, we already have 2 articulation agreements with them, but we are working on a specific one in graphic design, which is a program that we've seen significant number of students transferring beginning this fall semester. In terms of Wake Tech Community College, I shared with you all in September that we started a relationship with Wake Tech Community College because of their acquisition, $10.6 million acquisition of land in Eastern Wake, particularly emergency management and unmanned aircraft systems, as well as some relationship for articulation agreements. I just wanted to share with you a new video, a 4-minute video clip that they have that highlights that partnership.
And an adjacent public safety driving track. Central to this unique facility will be a simunition center, a mini city, if you will, housed within the building that will prepare our first responders with realistic simulations of the real-life emergency situations that confront them in their important roles. To support these efforts, this facility will serve as a new home for our emergency management technician programs. In addition, it'll be home to state-of-the-art labs for training opportunities in unmanned aircraft systems and will be bordered by a UAS, an unmanned aircraft system pavilion.
And then the new partner we're very excited about is Elizabeth City State University. North Carolina's leader in aviation-based university programs. UNC's designated leader for aviation, and particularly for us important with unmanned aircraft, drones, where we'll have a close collaboration with their site here, as well as their great work in emergency management that will tie in seamlessly with what we'll be doing here with our new Public Safety 4.0 facility, simulation center that will provide large-scale reenactment opportunities and a new form of emergency response management training. So seamlessness in terms of our employment partners, seamlessness in terms of our close educational partners will create a very unique, I think, one-of-a-kind opportunity for a technology world of the future that will happen right here in Eastern Wake, North Carolina.
Twin City State University is the only university in North Carolina that offers a 4-year degree in aviation science. So we are thrilled to lead as we prepare students for the aviation industry. We have a pipeline of students who prepare to go into either aviation, avionics, aviation management, unmanned aircraft systems, or air traffic control. And so we have a full degree program with an array of options for students to choose from. And so we're quite positioned in a way that this uniqueness of this program will provide opportunity for partnerships, such as the partnership that we want to pursue with Wake Tech Community College. And in fall of 2019, we started our unmanned aircraft systems degree program. And we are the only university in North Carolina that offers a 4-year degree in unmanned aircraft systems, also known as drones. And so this is exciting for us as we prepare our students to be innovative, as we prepare them to be trained with uses of drones, to become private as well as commercial pilots, and just all those things that we want to make sure that our students are well equipped as we look at continued partnership around the aviation industry in our country. Emergency management degree program at Elizabeth City State University is one of 2 in North Carolina. And what we have done at ECSU is we have a department of aviation science and emergency management because we understand how strong that partnership is when it comes to skills and career opportunities for our graduates. And so the partnership with Wake Tech will just take that to the next level as we leverage the opportunities to train and to provide skills for people who pursue careers in either aviation, drones, or emergency management. And so when we think about who could be most attracted to this, and I think, Scott, you mentioned, when we think about our law enforcement officers, our EMS, all of those career opportunities, we're able to provide the skills and experience with an experienced faculty who are helping students to determine the best match with looking at how they can use cross-discipline opportunities for their degree program. And so we see that some of our students are really interested in that cross-discipline experience with unmanned aircraft systems and emergency management.
And so as you can see, again, each of our community college partners are special, and we are partnering with them in unique ways to make sure that their students are able to transfer. And so we are excited about our new partnership with Vance Granville Community College, continued partnership with COA, as well as Pitt Community College, and then this future partnership with Wake Tech Community College. I talked to you all about the COVID-19 mitigation grant. Again, that's a $1 million grant that we got from the North Carolina Collaboratory. We were able to purchase 2 real-time PCR machines, which we are continuing to test, as well as doing outreach testing to Northeastern North Carolina. We have already visited these 11 counties here, and we are continued to visiting counties throughout really the month of December. This initial project will end at the end of December. Some counties in our 21 county service area, you'll see we have not visited, and some we don't plan. That's because some of our counties already have a robust testing procedure. And so we have, of course, reached out to them, but we just are not going because we feel like that area is already being served. But there are additional counties that we'll be visiting. The one thing that I do want to highlight about this grant is really its connection to our strategic plan to incorporate opportunities for our students to learn through experience. This project, although of course heavily science related, is really an interdisciplinary group of our students. From biology students, our master students are actually the ones who are doing the testing on the real-time PCR machine, in addition to our graphic design students who are documenting as they go through. History students are doing some of the actual interviews of participants. We are our unmanned aircraft system students are recording video, as well as our pharmaceutical science, English, and even our ROTC students are working on the logistics when we set up some of these sites. So this is really the future of the academic programs, and it began on this mitigation grant. In addition, we are also getting a lot of nice press through the grant. Of course, Wavy TV 10, of course, Daily Advance, even the Chowan Herald and WITN News has also picked up stories on this. Even through the pandemic, we continue to promote an academic environment centered on student success. So these are just some examples of the things that we have done. We've had a virtual international week program that we've offered for many years during the month of November. We continue to do that. We had our freshman walk and our freshman pinning ceremony, a tradition that we continued, as well as even a meeting with our chancellor scholars. We continue to offer virtual opportunities for our students. We had a virtual presentation by one of our business professors, Dexter Purnell, who has worked with a Grammy Award-winning singer. I work with the drone mapping at Audubon's Pine Island Sanctuary, and even a history walk that we did again while maintaining our social distance with our students. Of course, second only to SACS, we still understand the importance of enrolling our students. And so we will still admit students for the spring. And so here is an overview of our new spring 2020 admits. And so we have 113 confirmed students. You can see that in comparison to our spring 2020. So we only admitted 89 students in spring 2020. We're on pace to admit at least 113 students have actually confirmed that they will attend. Our overall fall enrollment, which of course is extremely important, you can see that we are up in every category, from applications, completed applications, to admitted students, to confirmed students. Fall 2021 is in blue, and in a second I'll tell you, why such a drastic increase, one thing that's leading that drastic increase. When you look just for our comparison to last fall 2020, again, our fall 21 applications, admitted students and confirmed students is quite a bit up from where we were last year. One of the things that's really leading this kind of new increase in admit students is, for the first time this year, we joined the Common Black College application. And so we joined that initiative in August. And what this does is it allows students from all across the country to submit one application, but then they can choose which universities they would actually like to submit. And so we have not been a part of this. There are actually not a lot of North Carolina schools, public North Carolina schools, that are a part of that. But we made a decision this year to join that. And so you can see that's one of the reasons that's boosting our actual applications. And so this is just a quote by their founder. Today, close to 250,000 students have completed the Common Black College application. And then lastly, before I show just one last brief video, our winter open house is scheduled for February 6th, again, in keeping with most of our activities for the fall and all of our activities with admissions. This will be 100% virtual, but we've learned a lot. We've already had 2 virtual open houses, and so we've learned a lot. And so we are really gearing up to prepare for our open house in February. And then lastly, I'll share just a quick video that just highlights what we've been doing this semester.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bill Roper, interim president of the UNC system. I'd like to take a moment to address a concern that's on everybody's mind today, COVID-19, the novel coronavirus.
I am Chancellor Carrie Dixon, and I will provide an update on ECSU's response to the coronavirus, COVID-19, as well as answer questions that were submitted via email. We want to provide you with as much information and resources as we can to prepare our campus community as we address this evolving situation.
In terms of course delivery methods for the fall semester, there will be a variety of course delivery methods. Some courses, of course, will be offered online. There will be other courses that will be offered in a hybrid format.
So, hopefully you were able to see that even through this pandemic, our faculty have been extremely innovative and have worked on ways to figure out how to not only deliver the content material, but still engage our students. And I hope you realize that at the very end, I put the actual student who was responsible for the music for that song who is a major for music. So thank you so much, Trustee Bunch. Of course, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Ward?
I do. This is Trustee Johnson. That was very exciting. There's nothing more beautiful than to see it in works itself. So you did a lot of I know you talked about and you shared about the project, the mitigation project that was going on where you were testing people. How many were you able to test in the end so far?
I don't have the exact number. I'll tell you, we went to, one county and it was 65 people just at one county. We
Okay.
also work on some of the testing, but I will make sure that I present that number. I will say one additional thing. We already had purchased a deep freezer. Of course, you all, if you've been following the vaccine, you'll know that one of them has to be extremely cold. We had already purchased ahead of time back in August, a deep freezer. And then the grant actually, outside of these funds, purchased a second deep freezer. Wow. I'll be in conversation today with the North Carolina hospitals in the area because some of them don't have deep freezers. We'll have two that go to -80 degrees. And so that's kind of the second phase, but I'll provide the number of testing when I do my presentation in March.
That is so exciting that we're dealing with people in the communities and the constituents. The last thing I wanted to ask you is if this had anything to do, not what we just talked about, but just before we came on, an email came out that shared that there was a survey that went out and staff members were pretty happy. Is that something you can share? Is that coming up later? Because I just think that's important.
Yeah, I'm sure the chancellor will mention it during her remarks. But under the chancellor's leadership, we got the initial results 2 years ago, and we met at a cabinet. We really listened to what they said, and so we made some concerted efforts. And so we, as an executive team, are really excited about those initial results, and I'm sure the chancellor will share those in her presentation.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so appreciated to know that you do listen, because as leadership, you do have people have to know that you're listening to some of their concerns and that you're acting on some of them also. So thank you, and I look forward to the chancellor speaking.
Thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Trustee Bunch. I have a question.
Okay.
Provost Ward, this is just I'm pro advertising. I just want to know with this common black college application, and you mentioned that we were having an increase in enrollment. Do you know about how many applications that we have received from the being a member of the common black college application?
I don't, but I can make sure that I get that information to you.
Okay. And what is the cost to be a member of that group?
Well, they gave it to us this year for free. Another reason why we definitely joined this year. And so, we will negotiate the cost in year 2. But this year was free.
So you're going to be monitoring the numbers that you get from that?
That's right. And that'll determine if we will continue. Not only just the numbers, but the yield, how many come. So I'm excited that they're applying. I'm excited that they're completing, and I'm excited that they're confirmed, but I need to see that they are attending. And I think that what this is really going to drive up is our out-of-state students, because our North Carolina students already applied through an avenue that we have used for years. So this is really increasing the out-of-state students that some students probably never even heard of us, but because of the Common Black College application, now they know that we exist.
And I know you mentioned Pitt Community College. We have articulation with them.
We do.
But I was talking to President Rouse on Saturday. He called me about playing some golf, Brother Brown. So we were talking on Saturday, and he mentioned that I was telling him, we want to get more students from Pitt Community College. So, I said, especially in aviation. He said, well, maybe we can meet with the chancellor and the provost and talk about articulation in that 2-year degree program where they can transfer on to Elizabeth City State University, which I think would be a good dialogue to start having with them on another type of articulation. to get those type of two-year students.
Right. Now, we already have articulation agreements with Pitt Community College and Business Administration, Criminal Justice, and Birth through Kindergarten. And we're working on an additional one in graphic design. We do a lot of press. The chancellor was on an interview. Last week, I did another interview with the communication area at Pitt Community College, reached, I think, 5 radio stations as well as some Facebook Live. So we understand and value our Pitt Community College partnership, but we will continue to look at ways that we can expand that. So thank you very much. I will follow up with the chancellor on that.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
I have one more question. Do we have a registrar?
No, we don't, but we are actively searching. If anybody knows someone who wants to apply, we have an associate registrar right now. And so we are looking. I don't know if you all knew, but the registrar position actually was a joint position with the associate. So I've split them up. So I'm just looking for a registrar. People sometimes don't understand how important a registrar, just a standalone registrar is. And so I'm looking, and the ad is out. I'm not sure if it closed last Friday or not, but we have already begun advertising for that, and we will be searching actively for that.
Right. I know that's a really big job, so that's why I asked.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You've done a super job with it, though.
Thank you.
I have one other question. Follow up on Stephanie with the COVID-19. So on campus, how often do we do testing on campus with the students?
And so testing on campus is under Gary Brown. I'm sure that in his presentation, he will indicate.
Talk about that. Okay, fine.
Are there any other questions? Okay, if not, Dr. Ward will not brag on herself and on her staff, but I'm going to take just a moment. Farah and I talk outside of the committee meetings, and her folks have just done an outstanding job. One of the things she will not tell you about the SACs is they only had 8 recommendations. That is almost unheard of to have that few. And the 2 major areas that an institution normally gets them are faculty credentials and institutional effectiveness. We did not have a recommendation in either one of those areas. So I think that's just outstanding. Great job.
Thank you so much. That was definitely a weight off my shoulder. So, let's get through March and let's get reaffirmed. There's a lot of happiness on the other side of SACS reaffirmation. But thank you so much for your support, Trustee Bunch.
So if there are no other comments, then at this time I ask for, or we will adjourn without comment, I guess.
Correct.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Chair Robinson, we have about, I think about 7 minutes before the next committee presents.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders.
we're ready to continue.
All right. Good morning. I'd like to call the Committee on Student Excellence to order. And I would ask Ms. Gwen to call the roll call, please.
Sure. Committee on Student Excellence, Trustees Kim Brown,
Here.
Phyllis Bosworth,
Here.
Jimmy Chambers,
Here.
Stephanie Johnson,
Present.
and Tracy Swain. Tracy Swain.
He's here.
He's here. Yes.
He's here.
Okay.
As the chair of the committee, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new laws do require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, text, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meeting are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. Also, as chair of the Student Excellence Committee, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this board trustees committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees, I would ask at this time that that conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified. Hearing none, we will proceed, and we will have 3 different reports. We will start with the report from VP Gary Brown, and then we will have a report from our athletic director, Mr. George Bright, and then finally we will hear from our SGA president, Jimmy Chambers.
Trustee Brown, we need to act on
Ratify the minutes.
Mhm.
Thank you, I had forgotten that.
That's
So
okay.
before the reports, can we entertain a motion to receive the minutes from our last committee meeting?
This is Phyllis Bosworth. I make a motion that we approve the minutes of the last meeting.
This is Stephanie Johnson. I second that.
All right, there is a motion on the floor. It has been seconded. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll for a voice vote?
Yes. Approval of the minutes. Kim Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Bosworth made the motion. Jimmy Chambers,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson offered the second. Tracy Swain.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Brown, the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Good morning to each of you, and thank you so much to Chancellor Dixon, Chair Robinson, Committee Chair Brown, and all members of the Board of Trustees for the opportunity to share an update with you related to the Division of Student Affairs. Can you all see my slides?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Within this meeting, we will focus on 4 different areas. We'll provide fall 2020 highlights. We'll provide some updates related to the 2020-2025 strategic plan, in particular, giving you an update on our year 1 progress report. We'll share some information with you related to COVID-19 and our preparations for spring 2021. And then I'll also introduce you to some new hires within the Division of Student Affairs.
BC Brown, real quick, can you make your screen bigger by clicking from current slide?
Well, from the
From
beginning.
from beginning.
And that's why, hold on one second. Give me one second. I'm going to stop sharing real quick, okay?
Okay.
And Chair Brown, while BC Brown is getting prepared, I just want to announce to the board that we have a graduate. BC Brown graduated with his PhD from North Carolina A&T State University on Friday. So we are so happy for him. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Very much.
So he is now Dr. Gary Brown, and we're proud of him.
Wow. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure they have trained you in how to properly enunciate Aggie pride.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of that. All right. Well,
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you all see the screen better now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, very good. So from a fall 2020 highlights perspective related to, you all know we've been in the midst of a pandemic. And so much of our work is focused around how we respond, how we engage, how we continue to do the work in the midst of COVID-19. And from a student engagement and student services perspective, all of our programming and services throughout this past semester have been offered in a hybrid format. We've had really no face-to-face programming, mostly all virtual or some kind of pick up and go opportunities. And then our student services units have actually met with students virtually as well. There's been a great amount of innovation and creativity from our staff as well as from our students in this time, which I believe is one of the benefits in this time frame. And we've launched some new initiatives and improved some process as well. From a student health and counseling services perspective, you all have probably seen these numbers before, but our cumulative number of positive COVID cases on our campus as it relates to students from July 1 until they left to go home in November, right prior to Thanksgiving, was 63, which I think truly is something for us to be proud of as an institution in terms of our ability to mitigate the threat that existed related to COVID-19 and also to manage our process here on campus. There were over 1,070 COVID-19 tests administered by Student Health Services. These tests are actually separate and apart from the mitigation project that Dr. Ward previously spoke about and pretty much were facilitated amongst our student body in full. And this was a combination of surveillance testing, contact tracing that occurred, and then also, students who just wanted to come in to get tested. We do offer testing every single day to any student who wants to do that. But we do also have a formalized process by which we invite students to come in so that we can complete our surveillance testing approach here on the campus. From a counseling services perspective, we actually had 173 counseling hours that were facilitated this year and 150 counseling appointments. And I just want to offer this as a point of note. We only have 1.5 FTE in our counseling center. And so you can tell that our counseling center truly was impacted greatly. There's a lot to that, whether it's COVID-19, the political climate, social unrest that exists across our nation, or just the stress of in general. This number actually exceeds the number of face-to-face appointments that we had even prior to COVID. And so we are doing some intentional work to expand that staff so that we might be able to better meet the needs of our students as well. From a residential life perspective, we maintained just about 80% of our occupancy within our residence halls. We did not allow any external or internal visitation within the residence halls. We increased the cleaning within all of our residence halls, in particular restrooms within particular rooms. And we encouraged our students at the conclusion of the semester to exit within 48 hours of their last exam. And that was really for us to help ensure that we could close our semester well and our students could get home as safely as possible. And then we are doing some cleaning of our residence halls during the break. We typically do some cleaning, but we're actually going a step further and doing a little bit more than we normally would because we want to ensure that our students are able to return in a safe way. I do have some student feedback that I would like to share with you all this morning via video. It's about 5 minutes. And so I'm going to cue that video now for your enjoyment. Can you all hear?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought for my first year, like I wanted to have interactions, especially with the HBCU. It's a different experience. It's very important to get to know the culture and they provide freshman, and I didn't want to experience my freshman year at home. Even though it's not the most ideal freshman year, I still didn't want to be at home. So part of the reason as to why I chose to return to campus for this academic semester was to kind of escape home life, kind of feel a little bored back at home, but I wanted to come back to finish my academic matriculation here at ECSU strong, and to kind of get like a feel of the university coming back.
My decision to come back to campus was based solely on my commitment to school. I believe that being online school is very difficult for me at times, being that ECSU allowed us to have some partial moments inside of the classroom, allowed me to collaborate with my professors and just talk to them one-on-one, because you can't get that same connection over a computer desk.
I decided to come back to campus because of the simple fact that it would just be more beneficial for me personally, because of the fact that I can't focus at home because it's more of that up north. I don't know how it is down there, but up north, that like they shut off highways and stuff, and that's just more distractions for me. So I just prefer to come back down to school where I know I can focus on.
I decided to come back to campus this semester, being that I truly confide in the plans and everything that ECSU is doing to ensure our administrative, faculty, staff, and student safety here on campus. I came back to campus this semester because I want to physically be here. Knowing that there's changes with campus life because of the COVID virus, I just want to physically be here and help and be involved with campus life.
I came to campus because of what I've been hearing about the HBCU experience, and it's pretty amazing so far. Even though it's restricted at the moment, but it's going to get better. So, and also I came here for it's been a breeze, but kind of dry.
I decided to come back on campus because I feel like, well, I have a child, so I feel like if I do things like that could stop me from progressing, or if I stop, what am I teaching her about troubles that may come your way that could stop you?
I feel like my university ECSU did a great job mixing in virtual and in-person events and keeping it social distance friendly for everybody.
That Elizabeth City is really trying to make sure students still get the full experience, and they do that through virtual events, and some of the on-campus events will still be safe, and it makes students feel a little bit better about the situation and try to get to the new normal.
So the school has done a great job separating, keeping people separated and keeping people clean and healthy. They keep us up to date with everything going on COVID-wise. I've learned that everything is changing now. We got to get used to the way life is now. But as long as we listen to, the health officials and do what we're supposed to do, school can go on as it's supposed to, and we all can, get better in our lives with our everyday lives.
Seeing all of the students and faculty come out and march to the polls and ensure that they were going to vote.
I would say the LGBTQ plus event, because that's allowing people to sit here and come together. The school is showing love to the people that sometimes don't get that love. And I'm not a part of it, but I fully support it because half the time those people feel like they're not included, but we included them instead of excluded. During the course of the summer, a man named Floyd was murdered, and I felt like it played a huge role in my decision to vote this year. Being that a lot of lives are being shut out or shut down because of who they are, it really plays a big role in who I am as a person and my intentions on this earth. Being a minority myself, I feel like it is my place to stick up for people that aren't able to voice their own opinions. It's really sad that even my voice could make more of a difference than another person. And I feel like it's truly unfair, but if that's the case at the end of the day, I'm going to make sure to do my part on this earth to make sure that those voices are heard.
Being on campus, I play a great part in planning the students' events, helping with the virtual events, so being here helps that.
I feel as if it was like a good experience because we still stayed engaged with each other, and it just showed us that we could still have a community even though things was going on in the world.
With mobilized, honestly, I feel like I was doing something good for the community. I recently joined a fraternity in Lake Sapphire Fraternity Incorporated, and to be a part of that and be with my brothers out there helping people vote, and we walked a dude in there that felt like he was being suppressed by voter suppression and all that. So that felt good. It made me feel like I was actually back in community.
The coronavirus definitely helped me. It helped me gain knowledge because every day you have to wake up and know how to adjust. And I think the coronavirus definitely helped us learn how to adjust and keep moving forward no matter what. Things may come your way, but it cannot stop you. Either you adjust to it or you just like give up on it. And we adjusted. So I just feel like it was progress.
We had to think outside the box. They try to keep students engaged. It wasn't easy, but it was worth the try. So what we learned, everything that we learned from our successes and our fails, we learned from it, and we're going to try to make it better for the next semester. I had numerous things going on in my life, and just to know that I conquered and I stayed on top of with my academics, and it really showed me that I can do anything that I put my mind to.
All right. And so we wanted to provide this video to you all so that you would be able to hear from some of our everyday students.
That I conquered and I stayed on top of with my academics.
Is that me?
It really showed me that I can do anything.
Yeah, the video sounds like it's still on.
That's the video still.
All right, sorry about that. So we wanted to show you this video so that you might be able to hear from some of our everyday students, including our SGA president at the very end, who his leadership has been outstanding this semester. And I'm sure he'll talk a little bit about what it is that he's done in his area of focus. But additional fall 2020 highlights are related to Project GAP, which is Granting Advanced Preparation. This is our workforce development program that's funded by the Golden Leaf Foundation. And we were provided funds to establish an educational support program that targets disconnected 18 to 24-year-old young people with the primary objective of providing them skills so that they might be able to attain jobs. There's a heavy focus on actual job placement in industry that is connected here within our region. And then in the summer, there is access to a living learning community for a small portion of that population, where we'll provide them an opportunity to get some exposure to ECSU and what ECSU has to offer. We were provided funding for a director, 2 job coaches, and an administrative support professional for this program. And I'll introduce to you the director and the job coaches at the conclusion of this presentation. Additionally, you heard the students in the video reference voter engagement. That was a heavy focus for a lot of institutions this particular semester. And ECSU was actually gifted a substantial amount of dollars to do some work related to engaging our students civically so that they might make good decisions when they got into the voting box. But also that program, that project actually for some of these dollars extends into the spring semester. So we'll continue to do the work related to encouraging their engagement in political process, paying attention to policy and so forth is being developed from the local, regional, and state levels. From a 2020 to 2025 strategic plan perspective, at the beginning of the year, I provided you several goals that come directly from the strategic plan, and I want to share some updates here about 2.15 and the goal related to tracking student participation. And so we're leveraging our technology, which is our Vikings Engage app. There were actually 58 virtual events that the division sponsored this semester. And we note that almost 5,000 students participated virtually or in person in events since August 2020. That's a high level of engagement in a time when a lot of places are saying that they're having difficulty garnering engagement from their students, but our students are exceptional here at ECSU. I tell folks that all the time when I'm recruiting people to come here to work on my team and under my leadership and under the leadership of our chancellor, that you got to come here ready to work, because our students here are second to none, and they want to be engaged in some really positive ways. Additionally, we had a second goal, was to seek some additional funding support for needs around our student services units. And we've been fairly successful over the last year and a half or so since we engaged in this sort of process. And so we received a grant from the Governor's Crime Commission that we actually applied for in January. We received the funds in October of $126,000. And that actually provided us 2 additional staff persons related to work that will support our students in educating them around issues of sexual health and wellness and response to Title IX issues. We received a grant award just last month, right prior to Thanksgiving. It was a happy Thanksgiving for sure, when we got notification from the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation about a $50,000 award. And we thank our partners in University Advancement and the foundation for their stamp of approval on that proposal, which enabled us and provided us a great amount of opportunity to garner those funds. I have listed here the Black Voters Matter Fund, which was provided as a part of voter engagement. We asked for $5,000. They gave us $15,000 because of the very strong work that was happening related to voter engagement to start the semester. And I just need to say special thanks to one staff member in particular, Shanta Pointer, who is an assistant director in student engagement, who took the lead on that project and led about 13 other staff members within the division in different ways in working with students to engage them in the process. And then, of course, you'll see another engagement opportunity. All told, we have some additional asks that we're going to be making, some additional proposals that we'll be submitting very soon, but we're hopeful that our upward trend of garnering that support will be continue to be impactful for our campus. From a career development standpoint, we do have some goals there related to bridging some gaps between our students and alumni in particular. And so the very first career conversations, which is bridging the gap from campus to career, was held this fall. We identified 5 individuals who represent a diverse, had a very diverse background in terms of the fields and industries that they work within. And we will be planning a second one of those events again. And we did actually hold a virtual career fair, which a lot of campuses across the nation went away from virtual career fairs just because they weren't sure how to navigate that. That's a new area, to be quite honest. You think career fair, you think walking into a huge gymnasium or something with lots of pipe and drape and representatives from each industry being there. But we were actually successful at being able to do that. We had 54 students who actually registered, which we know we still have some work to go there, but we actually were engaging. We engaged 21 employers who participated, and 17 provided one-on-one sessions with students in particular. And so that's a high impact opportunity there. From a campus climate survey perspective and our focus on diversity, we have been successful at completing our first campus climate survey for the campus. We had a goal of garnering 500 respondents to our survey, and we actually exceeded that goal by 7.4% with a total of 537 respondents. We'll be utilizing that information as a baseline for what it is that we do as we go forward. Within the Division of Student Affairs from a programming and support perspective as it relates to diversity. For spring 2021 and COVID-19, residential life are requiring testing for all residential students. And so move-in will actually be facilitated January 14th through the 18th. We will have pre-scheduled time blocks just like we did in the fall semester. Each student will be able to bring two individuals with them to assist them with the move-in process. And we're requiring testing. That means that you either have to have a negative COVID-19 test 3 days prior to your move-in date. Then you have to provide that documentation to us. If you don't have the documentation, then we will be doing on-the-spot testing on students' particular move-in dates. And any positive test will result in an immediate requirement for the student to quarantine. And so we'll be working through that process. We just hosted a town hall on last week where we announced that information to parents and families and students. Our programming will be offered the same as it has been during the fall semester, but we do believe that we will end up transitioning at some point in time. Hopefully, as our numbers get lower, we'll be able to transition and do a little bit more on our campus related to how it is that we engage our students. And we'll continue with our testing program by providing surveillance, asymptomatic and symptomatic testing and contact tracing testing as well, so that we might be able to keep our campus very, very safe. So our new hires, I'm excited to announce 3 new hires from Project GAP. We invited or welcomed Ms. Monica Miller to our campus at the beginning of this month. Ms. Miller is coming to us from the North Carolina Department of Commerce, where she worked on a workforce development program there. She has a career development background, so she understands how workforce development ties in and what it takes to garner, to offer opportunities for people to garner credentials so that they might be able to get job placements. Leanna Hall, we welcome from Blue Ridge Community College, which is a community college in Western North Carolina, where she has served as a career coach for 2 years prior to now. And then we also welcome Mr. Raphael Scaffa, who has worked for a number of years for Youth Build as a job developer, previously served at the College of the Albemarle as the Vice President of Student Development. And all of them are truly, I think, just what we need in terms of getting this program up and going and meeting the markers that we have set related to Project GAP. For the Office of Title IX and 2 staffers that we were able to garner because of the funding that we received from the Governor's Crime Commission, we welcome Ms. Melvina Kelly, who has a strong background in prevention and awareness and advocacy for those who are sexually abused. And then also Ms. Samantha Arabella, who joined our staff as well as a victim advocate to provide support for those who might be the victim of sexual assault and domestic violence as well. There is one final thing that I don't have in this presentation, but we have solidified our spring lineup for the Community Connections Performance and Lecture Series. And so we're really excited about that. In the month of February, all of you trustees will garner an invitation to a special session with Nikki Giovanni, who will be joining us virtually, of course, but she will facilitate that for our performance and lecture series. And in the month of March, the Dallas Black Dance Theater will be providing a virtual performance, as well as a deeper in-service. And then in the month of April, we are excited to welcome Mr. Fred Humphreys, who's a vice president for government affairs at Microsoft. And that will be a huge opportunity for us. He actually is the son of a former HBCU president that I'm sure some of you all have heard of before. And so we are excited about where our performance and lecture series is going and all of the strong work that is happening in the Division of Student Affairs. At this time, I'll pause for any questions that you might have.
All right. Once again, sir, congratulations on the terminal degree. Thank you so much for your work. I mean, I'm sure we will say this over and over today, but let me just articulate this from a vantage point beyond just Elizabeth City State. We should be really proud of the progress and the journey of the university. I mean, when I saw that report, I was just impressed with how much engagement had happened with students in the midst of all of the uncertainty. And one of the things we should really be proud of is the counseling hours. That, you know, because the pressure on not just young students, but on people, period, during this season has been just unbelievable. And so to see that we have served students, not just academically, but emotionally and mentally, is tremendously commendable. So, sir, thank you so much for your leadership and for your team. And man, just impressive. All right, we're going to hear now from our athletic director. Sir, if you are prepared, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let me work on my PowerPoint as well. Let me stop sharing the screen so I can get that where it needs to be. Excuse me 1 second as we get this corrected.
Much better.
There you go.
Yep. AD Bright, you still there? Screen is up. I don't know if
Yes.
he's frozen or.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
AD,
All right.
oh, okay.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Chancellor Dixon. Thank you all trustee members and of course, Committee Chair Brown. I just thank you again for this opportunity to present for a Board of Trustees meeting. What we'll go through today is have the opportunity to, it looks like I don't know what's going on here, but it looks like I'm frozen. So I'm going to work through this if that's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Give me just 1 second, please. Gwen, somehow, Miss Sanders, somehow my meeting controls are frozen. I don't know if you can help me manipulate that, but it looks like they're frozen.
I have it on multiple, so you should be able to share. So that must be on your end. Well, it was, okay.
Okay, we're gonna try this just one more time. Please excuse the technical difficulty that we're experiencing, but I think we'll be able to get through pretty quickly. Yes, Ms. Sanders, it looks like I'm
We-
frozen for some reason.
Yeah, I think we're experiencing some Wi-Fi. I've just got a message.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind, committee members and trustees, while we work through that message, I think you might have received the presentation electronically.
Yes.
If you don't mind, and we'll flow as much as we possibly can through this technical difficulty. We're not going to let it set us back. So my presentation would include today the overview of new athletic staff, of course, our CIAA winter sports statement, of course, our basketball action plan, if that's something we can do, an update on the strategic plan, our mental well-being awareness update, our student athletes spotlight, and of course, just a couple photos on Roebuck Stadium. You should have that in your file.
Yes.
I'd like to present, of course, you'll see that in your file once we're able to go. I'm going to try to work through this as much as we possibly can, but Ms. Sanders, it looks like it's still frozen, so I won't go there at this point, okay? I'd like to present to you, at least by hearing my voice, our new Associate Director of Athletics for Compliance. His name is Jacob Mullins. Jacob, I'm very happy to welcome Jacob Mullins to ECSU Athletics. Jacob brings significant quality and experience in NCAA compliance, and he places values on academics, developing leaders, and the overall balance of the student-athlete experience. Very excited to have him here as we add to this athletic administrative team and build that championship culture. Jacob comes to us from Lincoln University, and prior to his arrival at Lincoln, Jacob comes to us from Bryn Mawr College, which is a Division III school, and of course has served in many other different ways. He also serves currently as a president and vice president of the CIAA Compliance Directors Association. So we're very pleased to have Jacob. Jacob has big shoes to fill, but we're glad that he's here. Jacob actually will start on campus on January the 4th. Our next person is Dr. Jason Hughes. Jason Hughes plays the role of the faculty athletic representative for us. And the faculty athletic representative is a member of the institution's faculty or administrative staff who is designated by the institution's president or chancellor and other appropriate entities to represent the institution and its faculty in the institution's relationships with the NCAA. So Dr. Hughes here is our faculty athletic representative. He joined Elizabeth City State University in 2019. He currently serves as the assistant professor and program coordinator for sport management. He's from Radford, Virginia, attended Virginia Tech, and graduated with a degree in psychology. He also attended Middle Tennessee State University and obtained a master's in sport management and a doctorate in leisure studies in sport management. We're glad to have him on the team. He previously served as a professor at Kutztown University and Old Dominion University. So those are the two new staff members that will be in the Department of Athletics. Again, the faculty athletic representative is a role as assigned. And then of course we have the associate director for compliance. Let me try the screen just one more time and see if we're okay. Looks like we're not, Ms. Sanders. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The CIAA talked about and presented a plan of action to begin its season for January 9th. And that is for men's and women's basketball to begin competition. Again, that excluded start dates for indoor track and excluded start dates for women's bowling. Now, basketball certainly is a fluid situation. This information can change at any moment, but we have moved forward with a plan at this time for our basketball teams to compete in approximately 16 games starting on January 9th. And again, this can change at any moment, but this is the information that we have. And in your packet is a game management plan as to what that might look like, including temperature checks, screening questionnaire, game officials, where the bleachers, how the bleachers will look, and the team areas that will be restricted for our student athletes, our medical staff, our team travel party, and other essentials. The bleachers behind the team areas, of course, will not be open. And the spectators, if we allow for basketball, will sit on the opposite side of the bleachers. Okay. Thank you. Whoever has the control of this, thank you very much.
Dr. Wilkins is.
Dr. Wilkins, thank you. If you can go to the next screen, sir, I think we can catch. That's the men's basketball schedule that's in your packet. Thank you very much. The next screen, please. That is the women's basketball schedule that's in your packet. Again, thank you for taking control of the screens, Dr. Wilkins. And then you can see the game management plan. Again, these are just a few things, but here's the game management plan that includes temperature checks, the screening questionnaire for all working personnel, how we'll handle security, ticket staff, administrators, assistant coaches, team managers, ball personnel, everybody. We're expecting to wear face coverings at all times. And then, of course, teams will be educated on the best practices in terms of celebrations, hugs, shaking hands, sharing of towels, things like that, avoiding touching faces, etc. Next slide, please. As a part of the strategic plan initiative for athletics, we've had that 2.5.2 is, of course, to increase exposure of athletic teams to student activities and events. We haven't had the opportunity to have our athletic events. So again, we've titled that under the COVID-19 delay, along with the second piece. And then 2.5.7, we will certainly engage with the development of a facility improvement plan that includes project prioritization on our capital and operating budgets and fundraising plan. So that's currently underway. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So our student athlete mental health focus. I'm pleased to say that nearly 50% of our student athletes are in full participation at this point. This will continue in through the next semester. And I just want to share with you that we are certainly involved with making sure that our student athletes, that they understand that we're focused on their mental health. And there are some things in terms of the tools that we provide in terms of self-care, self-worth, the dealing with uncertainty, making sure that how you lead your team virtually. These are all pieces of that mental health well-being that we've talked about. And we're very pleased at the fact of where we are and where we can end with the terms of the number of student athletes that will be participating by the end of the spring semester. So we're excited about that. And I'm thankful for our student athletes that continue to express the need and the desire and the want to continue down our mental health awareness focus. Thank you. Next slide. So we've had the opportunity to focus in on several of our student athletes. So there are some that we have up on our website, and I just want to entertain you with just a couple of the highlights that what we have with two of our international students. These two are on the tennis team. The second person actually graduated Saturday. We're very proud of her. So we have at the top is Andrea Nivola, and then the student below is Beatrice Nato. They both come, and they're international students. They've come to Elizabeth City, and they started to expand their horizons here and came to the United States in 2017 and 2018. They both learned about the athletic and academic opportunities by ECU through our former head women's tennis coach, Mr. Richard Hartz. Andrea Nivola, the person at the top, provided some advice to our student athletes, and you can see this interview on our website, is to try to take every day slow and try to talk with student athletes on campus who actually do not know their language. She comes from Venezuela. So you can remove the nerves and start making connections. Making connections is very important so you can learn that their culture shows them yours and be ready to learn. Andrea is a great student, does very well academically, and I just talked about Bia. Bia is has the same sentiment as Andrea. She's happy that she was able to continue playing tennis while also having the ability to get a degree here at Elizabeth City State University. She says the team has helped her maintain her competitive nature, have a good time, has good time management. She's very responsible and, of course, stays active while in college. So you can see that feature on our website. The next feature, next slide, please, is stored by Mr. Kawan Dukes, who really is heartfelt and engaging with his comments and how he's committed to helping change lives. Kwan tells you that he believes his story is unique and that he simply has beat the odds. No matter what he's faced with in life, he has prevailed. He wants to be a positive role model to other kids that may have the same shoes that he was once in, and he wants others like him to know that there are different paths to not become what you go through. So he's committed to changing that narrative. Mr. Kwan Dukes often recalls being exposed to things that could have impacted him in a negative way, trying to grow up. He remembers eating from shelters, moving around a lot, not having clean clothes to wear at school. However, he's been committed to changing the narrative in his hometown of Statesville. Mr. Kwan Dukes has volunteered for football camps, did some motivational speeches, and helps facilitate a school supply giveaway back at home. Very excited about him. His mother informed us that his final message is that he would like to share as the first semester of his ECSU story as it comes to closure is, do not let your past determine your success. What you have been through does not determine who you are and what you are capable of. I'm very excited about Mr. Kwan Dukes, and if you see him on campus, please let him know of his success. Next slide, please. And we did our student feature. So here's a Viking standout of an alum. Mr. Johnny Walton was named the Black College Football Hall of Fame 2021 finalist. There were a total of 25 finalists announced previously, and the honorees featured 22 players and 3 coaches. Johnny Walton has experienced the best of both worlds as a former head coach and assistant coach at Elizabeth City State University. However, it is his athletic performance that landed him on the prestigious list of among the best in the HBCU. If Johnny gets elected, he will join our former player Jethro Pugh as the only other Viking named to the Hall of Fame. So we're excited about the fact that Mr. Johnny Walton has been named for the class of 2021 finalists. Just to give you an update on Roebuck, you can see where we started. These are just pictures from the past, okay? If you can go to the next slide, please. And then you can see where the grass was. And of course, if you see, look at the screen, the picture on the right, you can see the vivaciousness and lusciousness of, if you will, of the grass that's growing right now. So we're very excited about how the field looks and what it potentially will be when we are able to return to a competitive season for football. And I'll entertain any questions that anyone might have at this time. Thank you, Dr. Wilkins, for taking the screen.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you for the information. So we are or are not going to have a basketball season. I see all the rules that go along with it, but is it? I guess some of that was cut out when we had to mix up with the slides. But we are going to have a season.
So Trustee Johnson, I will answer that question as a member of the board of directors for the CIAA.
Okay.
We are taking a vote this morning, actually as we speak, and a decision will come out today via press release in regards to that decision after the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Another question that I had about the students that are going to, you have someone for counseling for the students. How do those numbers look? The students that were counseled and the I know you told us the positive of student athletes being able to be counseled. How do those numbers look?
And we are, Trustee Johnson, we are at nearly 50% of our student athletes that are participating in our mental health awareness, the modules that we have for the year. So we're about halfway there in both cases, halfway at the end of the first semester and halfway with the number of student athletes that are participating.
Thank you. Thank you. I just love to hear about the athletes. And that was a beautiful story about the young man. Did he play football? What did he do?
Yes, ma'am, he does. He plays football. And I tell you what, it's a very heartwarming story. If you get the opportunity to engage with the athletics website, you'll see the full story there. I only brought some highlights, but if you have a few moments, I do encourage everyone to take an opportunity to read the story of Mr. Kwan Dukes that's on our webpage.
That's a beautiful story of reaching back So thank you. What a wonderful presentation.
And I'm sorry for the technical difficulty, but we're okay.
Thank you.
And Brother Bright.
Yes, sir.
I would like to personally congratulate Johnny Walton, highlight him as being in the Black College Hall of Fame. I think that's remarkable for our university, along with Jethro Pugh. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be there. He's been a phenomenal quarterback in the NFL.
Yes.
So
yes, sir. I think he's a phenomenal, as you've said, a finalist for in terms of being a nominee. We'll find out what happens as we continue on, but I just wanted to bring that to this group that we have one of our best that's being nominated for a very high profile position.
Excellent.
All right, thank you. Just before we move to President Chambers, we're running really on schedule. So he only has about 5 slides. But I want to give him his moment. And Chancellor, I will, since we're on athletics, I don't know if you all are aware of the basketball player that collapsed in Florida during the game. I just received some communication from his family. He's from our area, so I'm going to step off just for a moment to serve that family, and I'll come right back. Please be in prayer for him and his mother and father. They have arrived in Florida. We're going to step off just for a moment. All right. Mr. President, it's on you, sir.
Hello.
You're still on mute.
Trustee Chambers?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up.
Okay. Okay.
It's going. It's not letting me give the option to.
I'll pull it up for you.
Mr. Wilk.
It's multiple. Yeah.
Dr. Wilkins is going to help us out.
Okay.
All right, so I want to say thank you to everyone for tuning in today. Like I was saying, my name is Jimmy Chambers. I'm the SGA president for this academic year. We can go to the next slide. My points and goals for this academic year is to amplify the student voice, bring more activism, inclusion that will ultimately improve the collegiate experience here on Elizabeth City State University campus. So some things that I have worked on for advocating, one thing is the voting engagement. I want to say thank you to now Dr. Brown, as well as everyone else who contributed in us getting grants that led to many fellowships for our students. It really was a great voter turnout. You're gonna see later on in the slide some things that we did with that. With the Wellness Day, thank you to Dr. Ward on September 22nd, I believe it was. We had a wellness day for the faculty and the students where there was no classes or assignments to do. On October 20th, I attended the Faculty Staff Senate to advocate for some type of form of the pass-fail option. And the Faculty Senate came up with 3 options, either the pass, low pass, or the fail option for our students. Improving safety measures around campus. I talked with VC Goodson as well as VC Brown about improving the safety around our campus. As of September 25th, we had an incident with a student. So just to make sure we could increase our safety measures around campus so we won't have incidents like that. With the UNC ASG Advocacy Week, I had attended a meeting with UNCW, ECU, as well as myself on November 13th that has Senator Bob Steinberg on there. And we talked about, different things that our university needed. And the main point that I highlight is that, we needed a new library. The state of the art that we was going to get, it was in the budget that they had turned down because of the whole pandemic had hit. Every other school in our system has a state-of-the-art library, but why not ECSU? You know, our students deserve it. The region deserves it. So that's just the main thing that I highlighted on. The last thing is working to implement a system where students can submit their own maintenance requests. It's something that I talked about with VC Goodson, and we talked about what other universities were using. So that should be something that our students, if we can get that to happen, that we can look forward to. Some of the events that we had the Black Voters Matters, the March to the Polls. We had the Road to Justice, where Chief Justice Beasley had came on and talked. The Wellness Day, and we held two of the tuition and fees meetings for our students. You can go to the next slide. And then this is just some pictures from the March to the Polls. The March to the Polls and the whole entire voting engagement experience for our students really turned out well. The county of Pasquotank County was actually blue, and it was very close, and it was by, I think it was 25 or 26 votes where it was turned blue. And I honestly think by the wonderful job, like VC Brown has said with Miss Shanta Pointer, with her leadership, it really turned out very well. And I am so thankful to have worked with her on this project. And we can go to the next one, I believe. And that's it for me. Do I have any questions? All right.
No, great job. Just a really great job of sharing with us about what the students are involved in. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then, Madam Chancellor, without objection, we will stand adjourned. And I think we're right on schedule.
You're right on schedule. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Committee Chair Barnes, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
I'd like the Committee of Operational Excellence to order at this time. We'll ask our Secretary call the roll.
Yes. Committee on Operational Excellence. Trustees Harold Barnes.
Present.
Phyllis Bosworth.
Present.
Jimmy Chambers.
Present.
Tracy Swain.
He says present.
I see him.
Present, sorry.
And Kenneth Wilkins.
Present.
Okay. Roll call complete.
Thank you very much. As chair of the Committee on Operational Excellence, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to a new amendment to the Open Meetings Act that applied during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, text, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of public business during the remote meeting are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberation, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. As chair of the Committee on Operational Excellence, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty to, under the State Government Ethics Act, to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received an agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. Also, I'd like to remind you that when you speak or vote on an item, please give your name prior to speaking. Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of our last September 21st meeting. One at a time, please.
I so move. Phyllis Bosworth.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Tracy Swain, second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
We'll do a roll call.
Yes, we will.
Okay, roll call vote for the minutes. Harold Barnes,
Yes.
trustee Bosworth made the motion. Jimmy Chambers,
Yes.
trustee Swain offered the second, and Kenneth Wilkins.
Yes.
The minutes been approved.
Thank you. Today, we will have all informational items except two at the end of our presentation. VC Alan Goodson will come on and give us those two action items that we need to do today. So we'll begin our meeting today with infrastructure update.
Okay. I would, Chair, if you don't mind, I would like to introduce Aniel Bola to the trustees. She is our new Director of Design and Construction. Aniel, please wave so they can see who you are. We stole, I like to say we stole Aniel from DC government. She has served in the role there as an architect, but she's also served as an architect on American University as well. This is as I mentioned to you last meeting, this is a skill set on this campus we have not had. So having an architect here to be able to shepherd through many of our large renovation projects is critical. And in fact, most campuses either have an architect or engineer on staff. So we are certainly happy about her arrival, and she's already hit the ground running, including building new partnerships with constituent institutions, most notably ECU. We just had a meeting last week where she identified that our campus does not have building standards, which essentially are standards that you put in place so that every building sort of has the same mechanical system or electrical system or so on and so forth. This really helps facilities because you don't have 5 different buildings on 5 different systems. So talking through things like that, process improvements like that, she has certainly started shepherding, and we are very happy to see her come on. So Aniel, please fire away.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Aniel Bola with Design and Construction. We will be giving our updates.
We can't hear.
We can't hear you.
Can you speak up a little bit? There you go.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Yes.
Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, great. So good morning, everyone. I'm Aniel Bola with Design and Construction. We have just a few updates for today.
You may have to make a concerted effort to sort of keep your voice up because it's still coming in a little light.
Yes. So our first update is an update on the design and construction of our 800-ton chiller. We recently received our bids. The bids came in a little under what we were projecting, so that is a bit of good news. We'll have some extra monies to potentially apply to other renovations. Superior Mechanical was our low bidder, and we have submitted those bids to our state construction office for a contract release. Once they release that contract, we'll start construction early part of the year and expect the construction to be completed by summer of 2021. The Bedell Cafeteria project is complete. We're happy to announce that all of the affected water lines and gas lines were repaired or replaced, and so that project is complete. Hurricane Dorian repairs. These are the buildings that we've identified as having the most critical need. And our designer was on site early part of the month, just investigating our roofs and looking and measuring. We expect to have their design submitted to the State Construction Office in the spring, and then construction start summer of 2021. We, at the Bias and Hugh Kill and Dole's projects, Bias Hall is moving, the construction is moving along as planned. We do have a bit of a delay, but it's an owner requested delay. We were able to work closely with the foundation who agreed with us to allow us to use available contingency to replace the roof. So that project is proceeding as scheduled, but we have an owner imposed delay. We're expecting to complete construction at Bias Hall the first week of April. So we want to give a big thank you to the foundation for supporting us in this effort. So again, thank you. Again, we're planning to open Bias Hall in the spring of 2021, around the second week of April. Moore Hall and GR Little are proceeding as on schedule as well. For Moore Hall, we're expecting to complete the construction February 15th. And right now we're ordering furniture. The same is true for GR Little. We're expecting to complete that renovation February 15th. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Alan to give an update on the other key projects.
So on the facility side of the shop, we're intently focused on campus beautification, curb appeal, and user experience. One project that we have that we received special appropriation for is our HVAC upgrades. We've had to separate that project really into two tranches. If there is one company that is a sole source company, which allows us to use a preferred alternate process, so we could contract directly with that company, which is trained, and actually get the work done faster. So that process is moving. And then there's another set of projects for which we have to get a designer to design and then put through. That process is also moving fast as well. So even though this project has two different cycles, they're still moving on time as scheduled. And at least on the preferred alternate side, that's a project that we'll actually see faster. So our HVAC upgrades to those buildings will be completed a whole lot sooner than the ones that have to be designed. So that's good news for us. And we work with the system office on that process to create a more short-circuited approach there. As I mentioned, we're always focused on curb appeal. Williams Hall, what we just did, we completed some exterior painting, and we did some water wall intrusion repairs to that building. If you walk past that building now, you'll see the columns have been painted similar to some of our other buildings on campus. Moore Hall, we walked with the provost and we asked her what building she wanted us to invest in. And we talked through a little bit about Johnson Hall and then Jenkins Hall. The provost wanted to start with Johnson Hall, and then as the roof is completed with Jenkins Hall, we will do some more substantive repairs there. So one thing that we did with respect to Johnson Hall is we've done some interior and exterior painting there. They just laid the floors this weekend, and that's about 90% complete. That building is about 90% complete, and certainly will provide a user experience for us that is welcomed by our students. That's a very heavily used building, which is why the provost wanted to use funds to get that building up to speed first. But that building is coming to completion, and we've already started. Provost, for your knowledge, I don't think I've had the opportunity to inform you this weekend, but we've already poured the floors in one of your labs in Jenkins Hall, and we're working on the floors and bathrooms as well. So as Johnson Hall is coming to a close, we're moving to Jenkins Hall, and they started some of that work this weekend. Trigg Hall, if you ever saw Trigg Hall, one of the issues with it is had water intrusion issues. Both the people inside the building could see water if it rained very heavily. So we worked with a contractor. We replaced the gutters in that building to be able to keep water outside of the building, and then we are completing some interior repairs in that building now. So that building should be sealed up very nicely. We're also working with the Historical Commission to put a new roof on the building. Currently, the building has a slate roof. We're asking to do a different type of roof on that building, which is more cost effective and has a longer life, similar to what we did with Bias. I think as George mentioned, Reimagine Roebuck was focused on the field, but we've been focused on the track around the field. And that process is moving along very well. One of the issues we're running into now is the weather. You cannot put down layers of the track when the weather is under 50 degrees. So it's caused us to slow up a little bit, and we have to wait for those days where we get favorable weather to come out and add another layer. And then, we just have to sort of keep slow walking it that way as the weather allows. So we're constantly watching the weather so we can complete that project, but they've already put down more than half of the track surface there. And if you've walked past it now, you'll see it looks 10 times better than it has before. It looks amazing. And they've already completed the fence. I don't know if you all remember the fence, but it was rusted and presented some hazards. They put a black corrugated fence around the track. So that's also looking very well. Fine Arts is also a building that I think has come a long way. We resurfaced the stage there, and the type of surface that we brought to the stage is one that you'll see consistent sort of around the theater industry. They've gotten away from the sort of the wood floor look and have gone to like a black coated stage. And we just completed that work there. We've also completed the carpet had runs in it that led up to the stage. We've completed that work. And then the front part of sort of the foyer to the stage is what we like to call it. That part has received a new floor as well. And then on the second floor and up the stairs, carpet has been replaced there. So that work has been completed. Considering that's one of our front door facilities, we wanted to make sure that it was at top notch. And I think it looks very well. Can't wait till COVID-19 passes and we can actually start using it. And as I mentioned, Jenkins Science, we were doing some work in there, and some of that work was actually started this weekend, and the lab floors were poured on Saturday. So we're still finding those areas of improvement around campus. I know that Trustee Paul Tyne has asked us more for a comprehensive plan around our infrastructure. We worked with the chancellor. We've worked to put together a 6-year comprehensive capital plan, which I'll bring to the board in March. That's focused on the things that we, quite frankly, cannot see. So those are sort of your underground infrastructure from a plumbing and electrical standpoint. Also focused on things that will sustain us from a long-term standpoint. Currently, our building does not have none of our buildings have backup generators, which is an issue with us being out on the coast. You'll see that in the plan. You'll see a pretty robust amount of work for our electrical and our underground infrastructure. And then you'll also see some work to help us from a main switch standpoint to make sure that our infrastructure is just as good as our curb appeal. So we're excited about that plan. We work with OSBM. We worked with them 2 weeks ago to sort of craft a plan in a way that's digestible, and we will share that with you during our next meeting in March. Next slide, please, Anya. The next thing that I'll talk about is the master plan. So one thing that we saw, one of my colleagues saw that UNCG completed their master plan for a pretty good price. It was $450,000. Some master plans could range anywhere between $1 million to $2 million. So Anyel and I sat down with UNCG's Director of Design Construction. And we sort of asked them what was their approach, how did they manage it, and they gave us some really helpful tips of how we can still get to a master plan, but do it in the most cost-effective way possible. Doesn't necessarily leave out anything, but it gives us the ability to have a comprehensive plan and give us the best bang for their buck. So we sat down with them. They provided us with some insight. They also provided us with the vendor that they use, which is a vendor that I think is used quite a bit around the state. We are working with administration to identify funding so we can move forward with the master planning process. Master planning process will likely include the things that I mentioned on the 6-year capital plan that we'll talk about during the March meeting. So that completes the update portion from a direct design and construction standpoint, and then just a pure facility standpoint. Certainly willing to entertain any questions before we transition to the approval items.
Any questions from members of the board or committee?
I don't have any questions, but I do want to commend Attorney Goodson on everything he has done, especially with the facility standpoint, ensuring the student safety through COVID-19.
It was certainly wasn't, well, I appreciate that, Jimmy, but it was certainly a joint effort. The entire team here, they all leaned in to make sure that we were protected from a faculty and staff standpoint and a student standpoint. So I'll certainly share that with my team, but also with these colleagues here, because, all of us work through the nights and through the weekends to make sure that, our students, staff, and faculty were protected, and we did it in the safest way. But we certainly appreciate you leading on the student side and showing the good example, because that's what we couldn't do, and we were certainly appreciative of you leading in that effort. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I also have one other question, and that is we have a number of roofing projects that we have coming up. And part of the problem, not only on this campus, but others as well, has been that when you have these projects going on, that it's difficult to see the turn down on the roof itself in terms of what they actually do. And that we only to come back later on, 5 or 10 years down the road, to see that they didn't follow specifically the architectural plans. And those turn downs sometimes can be more difficult to do. So you save money by starting out turning it down, but you don't continue to do it throughout the project. And then we wind up getting leaks later on. So how do we then combat that kind of thing in terms of when the contractor is actually doing the work?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And so what we adopted was, what we will adopt is a phase approach. Trimco, who is the designer that we've used before, they actually provide a warranty on the roofs, a 10 to 15 year warranty. And they inspect the roofs as it is being completed. So one, in real time, we'll have inspections to make sure the roofs are being designed to code as we agreed to, but also we will also require a warranty for these roofs, so that if there are any leaks or anything within the 15-year period, we can go back and get that done without any fee to the university. So that's sort of how we're tackling one, just sort of the infrastructure issue, but try to preserve us long time from a long-term standpoint. And Trustee Barnes, that was the approach we used with Bias Hall. As Anya mentioned, the delay was really self-imposed. What we really wanted to do was make sure when we turn this building over from the foundation for Gary's use and the university's use, he doesn't have to go and repair a roof within the next 3 years. We wanted to put a new roof on it now, which will last us for the next 15 years. That'll give him more money in his hopper to save to put towards other priorities within the building. So we're doing this through warranty effort, but also inspections along the way as the roof is being completed.
Are we carrying our own insurance as well in addition to the warranties?
We do have building insurance, and the UNC system actually just put in a policy that requires us to, for all of the buildings, to carry us at least a minimum level of insurance. I believe, Lisa, we're still working through that, but we certainly have insurance on our buildings.
Thank you. Any other questions before the action items? Okay, sir. Let's do the action items.
Okay, so the first action item, if you recall, one of the strategies that we were using to support enrollment growth last semester was bringing a trailer and sitting it sort of in a parking lot outside of the airport authority or the airport in Elizabeth City. That was one way to sort of get our students out of their lobbies and other meeting space and to put them in a more professional environment. Since that time, the airport manager reached out and notified us that a hangar has become available. This hangar not only has meeting space in it, but it also has enough room to fit at least 4 to 5 of our airplanes. We will share this with the mechanic who just needs space to work on one airplane, but the majority of the structure will be ECSUs for our use. We work with Dr. Koldeep and Orestes and Dr. Ward to see if it was something that they thought would be attractive, and they did. So what we would like is approval for us to be able to rent this hangar. The good news behind it is it's actually cheaper than the modular like classroom that we were going to put outside of the airport. It's cheaper, and 2, it gives us the ability to actually store our planes, which we could not do with the modular sort of meeting space. So this appears to be sort of a win-win for us. We do not need the modular trailer now that we have this space. And again, it gives us the ability to do some things that we could not do, but we were paying more money for, like store 4 or 5 of our airplanes. One of the things that we always have to do during the storm is we have to ferry our airplanes from here to Edenton, which means that there has to sort of be a process where we have to fly planes to Edenton. Somebody has to pick the person up that lands, drive them back, and then we fly another plane. This gives us the ability to store 4 or 5 of our airplanes right 4 or 5 more of our airplanes right here in Elizabeth City. And again, we're doing it from a cost-effective standpoint. So before we can move forward with State Property Office, we need your approval of this particular lease of space for $1,500 a month, which again is cheaper than the modular classroom that we were going to put in place, which was upwards of $17,000 a month, $1,700 a month.
Questions from the committee members? If not, can I get a motion to approve the leasing of this hangar space?
Kenneth Wilkins, I would like to make the motion to approve the lease of the hangar space.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Tracy Swain, a second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we lease the space that's just been outlined to us by VC Goodson. Call the roll.
Roll call for the vote. Harold Barnes,
Yes.
Phyllis Bosworth,
Yes.
Jimmy Chambers,
Yes.
and Tracy Swain made the second, and Trustee Wilkins made the motion. All approved.
Motion carried. Next item.
Next item, at this point, we are in the process of designing a UAS facility. This UAS facility will, I think as Dr. Ward showed, Wake Tech is going to have one, but we intend to have one as well. But in order for us to even move to the construction standpoint, we're going to need you to approve that piece as funds become available, so we don't have to wait for the next board meeting to push it forward. So we're in the process of designing that facility. The design will tell us exactly how much the facility costs, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be past the amount where we have the authority to approve the project. From the institutional standpoint, we would need the board's approval. So in order for us to get that and to follow that policy formally, we need the board's approval to approve moving forward with the UAS facility design, and as funds become available, construction.
VC Goodson, can you also talk to them about, we had here before talked about having, partnering with the city of Elizabeth City to build a structure. So can you just discuss that with us briefly, please?
Yeah, so we, way back when we were sort of teasing the design, we were partnering with the city, and what the city manager did at the time was reach out to us and told us that they could help us build it. And one of the issues we had with the design was the tension on the poles. We were trying to use metal poles, wood poles, which are cheaper. The challenge is the size of the facility, and the tension on the wires doesn't give us the ability to support those wires and that net, given the space and given the weight. And one of our concerns really was us being in northeastern North Carolina, where there's storms. If the poles are already sort of at max capacity, what does that mean when a storm comes through? So we've had some design challenges along the way with wood poles. The city was actually going to help us construct the facility if we use wood poles, because that's what they install on a regular basis from a light pole standpoint. However, sort of where we sit now, we know that using wood poles is probably going to be out of the question given the size of the facility and the weight of the net and the weight of the guy wires that holds the net to the poles. So that sort of changes the relationship with the city. We had this conversation with Rich Olson before he departed, and one thing that he mentioned to us was, instead of giving us labor costs, the city may be able to support us financially for that labor that they can't otherwise provide. Now the city's getting a new city manager now. We're going to have to sort of have those conversations with him as he comes. But that's sort of the relationship. The goal there, Trustee Barnes, one, we were going to sort of support the city in providing training for UAS. And in return, they were going to support us with helping us build it. I think Dr. Ward was going to develop some certificate programs or look at developing some certificate programs just so it wouldn't be the city only that we would support. It would sort of be, other law enforcement entities or whoever else may need to have training. So we're still moving forward with the process. When the new city manager comes online, we'll have those conversations with him in terms of commitment. But in terms of moving the project forward and approval, we'll need the board's approval to be able to move forward in design and ultimately the construction once funds are identified and become available.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee members? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Kenneth Wilkins, I would like to approve to move forward.
Is there a second?
Phyllis Bosworth, I'll second.
It's been moved and second that we move forward with the facility. Call the roll, please.
Yes, roll call for that motion. Harold Barnes.
Yes.
Trustee Bosworth offered the second. Jimmy Chambers. Jimmy Chambers.
Yes.
Tracy Swain.
Yes.
And Trustee Wilkins offered the motion. All approved.
Motion carried. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. I believe at this time we're moving with the information technology update. Suresh, are you there?
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Barnes. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Morning. I'm going to give a quick update regarding information technology. So the last quarter, the majority of our time was spent on ensuring compliance towards the UNC policy, IT policy number 1400.1, .2, and .3. I'm going to go in detail regarding that. So 14.1 was regarding formation and establishment of information technology governance. The primary objective of that was to ensure that any initiatives or projects within IT aligns with the institutional strategic plan. So we are in midst of developing the governance charter. And next month, we will be announcing the IT governance committee members, and we will go full swing with execution of the governance, IT governance on ECSU campus. The second policy relates to information security. These are a set of many mini projects and initiatives to ensure that our security posture the infrastructure security posture is up to par with industry standards, and the industry standard we are following is based on the NIST cybersecurity framework. And we have been in midst of executing many mini projects and initiatives to ensure that we meet the compliance need proposed within the NIST cybersecurity framework. And the last one, the last one is regarding the user identity and access control. And we had a major win with 100% compliance towards the multi-factor authentication deployment. I like to thank Ms. Christy Dillard, who's our IT client service manager, who took on this tremendous challenge to ensure 100% deployment of multi-factor authentication across campus, both within the student population and employees. And we are one of the very few institutions within the UNC system who have achieved this 100% compliance for both student and employee population. And that concludes the update regarding information technology. And I would like to entertain any questions, if any.
I have a question, Chairperson.
Thank you. Did you say you had a question or not?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you give us, since our last meeting, we had some virus attacks, and can you give us somewhat like an update on where we are now with cybersecurity? You just mentioned some things you were doing, but tell us what some of the things that happened with the virus. I mean, because I haven't heard anything about that since. I know we talked about.
I would defer that to Attorney Goodson regarding that.
There's an update later on in the meeting.
Okay, all right.
But Suresh, you may could talk about Carbon Black, some of the things that you've done to help harden our systems.
Yes. As I mentioned, we have been embarking on many projects, improving the security posture of our infrastructure. As many projects where some of the projects were deploying something called Carbon Black, which is a 24/7 monitoring system, which will monitor for any kind of malware or ransomware, and take a proactive action before the code execution. We have deployed that across every ECSU-owned equipments, and also there's been major system upgrades and maintenance which have been scheduled all through last 3 months, and which is ongoing, and towards to the entire month of December, we will be continuing those efforts and making sure it's a continuous improvement plan. And so we are taking necessary precautions and system upgrades and maintenance to ensure that our security posture is with the industry standards.
So we are back up to full capacity?
Yes. We were back to full capacity within probably 4 days after the incident. But we wanted to make sure when we release those systems to production, we wanted to make sure we have taken every considerable steps to ensure there's no repeat incident. So that was why we had to stage the release of those production boxes.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And now we'll move to Communication and marketing update.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
So I want to give a brief update on a few things that we do for recruitment. So while communications and marketing supports the entire Elizabeth City State University campus and all of the departments and divisions, really a big primary bulk of our work is around recruitment. So we do, in addition to all the materials, view books, search pieces, posters, postcards, all the things that get mailed out to prospective students and families, we also do quite a bit of additional work. And so I just wanted to highlight a few of those things so you guys have an idea of what we do to help support recruitment and enrollment management within ECSU. So I'm going to talk about each one of these. So advertising, we actually invest in billboards throughout North Carolina. We have 4 in the Elizabeth City area that are focused on transfer, one that is near the College of the Albemarle, education, aviation, and just the brand in general. So if you're actually right beside campus, you will see the one with the Vic the Viking, and that's our brand billboard. We have 2 near Pitt Community College. So we do have that articulation agreement, as Fair mentioned earlier, and we have 2 billboards and very strategic places there to raise awareness about Elizabeth City State University. If you travel out of Raleigh-Durham, you will notice we have a digital billboard in the airport where we focus on NC Promise. And we also have one in Currituck County, also focused on education. And the 2 education ones we have worked on in partnership with the education department. We also are doing some print advertising. We have several things that are coming out, some in the Daily Advance, but we also, for the first time ever, are doing an ad in Our State magazine that is coming out in their January higher ed issue. So it is focused on aviation science, since it'll be across the state of North Carolina. So watch for that. That'll be coming out. And then also we did a full page ad in the Visit Elizabeth City Tourism Development brochure. They haven't had a brochure, obviously, since the COVID came out, or they worked on it prior to COVID, and they're just now getting it out. And this is the ad that we issued into that brochure. So we're excited to be a part of that and support Visit Elizabeth City. Here's a sample of some of the billboards. So you can see a little bit about some of the messaging that we do. Some are very just raising awareness about ECSU, and then some are very focused on either aviation or transfer credits, or specifically NC Promise. So that just gives you an idea of a few of them. Social media, hopefully all of you are following us now, and you will see that we are promoting open house events, orientations, key deadlines, FAFSA, financial aid, confirmations, etc. We help promote deadlines around clearance, when students need to get things put in, etc. We also do paid ad on social media, and I'll share a little bit of some of the demographics or analytics from the last paid campaign we did, but we're getting ready to embark on a 4-month campaign to highlight NC Promise, some of our online degree programs, aviation science, as well as several other key academic programs, as well as transfer. And to give you an idea, and this is why we do paid social, it's very economical. So for free application week, we did an ad over 3 days. It only cost us $750, and we reached 74,000 individuals across North Carolina and beyond. And so we usually North Carolina, Virginia, we will, when we promote open house, go up to Maryland, Atlanta, DC, some of the areas that our alumni are very heavily involved in. But it gives you an idea of how many people we're able to reach. That's how many, when you're scrolling through your Facebook and you see those ads, that's what that means. The other 2 numbers that are important are the 588 engagement. So that's the total number of activity that ad received. And while that may not seem like a lot, you have to think about when you're scrolling through Facebook or Instagram, do you click on ads? Maybe, maybe not. But that 588, that's how many clicks we had. So people liked it, people shared it, people went to the website, and that landing page view, that's the critical number. 280 individuals went to our website from that ad. So we reached 280 people that we would not have reached without that advertising. So for $750, we had 280 people go to our Apply Now website and be able to look at in detailed information about Elizabeth City State University. So social media advertising is very economical, and so we will continue to use that method. And we also are able to get great analytical data about our output and the return on that investment. So for 3 days, not a bad return on investment for 280 individuals reaching Elizabeth City State University. Website banners, these are other things that we do to help promote and recruit. So we promote obviously our rankings and we promote those deadlines. We talked about all of those things that we promote on social media. We also create website banners. So if you're on our homepage, you'll see those scrolling. We do that also. So anybody coming to Elizabeth City State University also is going to see those recruitment messages, enrollment deadlines, everything that they need to know in order to continue to work with us. We also showcase points of pride and we create a freshman profile. So these are great things. So just like the website banner that showed the best colleges, that points of pride shows all of our rankings. ECSU has and receives quite a few prestigious rankings from various institutions and organizations, from Military Friendly to U.S. News and World Report to Money Magazine's Best Bang for Your Buck. So we get a lot of great recognition for the work that we do and the results that we're producing. So we showcase those there. And then we also showcase a freshman profile. So as soon as we come in for fall semester after census, we put together this freshman profile so individuals can see the incoming class and what the incoming class looks like for the institution. And ECSU News. So all of you get our ECSU News stories. And while they're all about sharing the great work that we're doing, these are also posted on social media. So faculty, staff, all of you, our foundation board, alumni board, students, employees, everybody receives these stories where we highlight faculty successes, grants, student profiles, program highlights. So it's also really a subtle recruitment tool in the work that we do to help tell the ECSU story. And that also goes out on all of our social media channels. So we're really kind of profiling ECSU and showcasing who we are through these ECSU news stories that come out almost daily. If not daily, every other day, but mostly daily, we have an ECSU story coming out where we get to highlight some of the great things that are happening on campus. So I just wanted to take a few minutes and just show you a little taste of some of the things that we do in support of enrollment and recruitment and helping to ensure that the ECSU name gets out there to all of our constituents as well as prospective students and families. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take any.
Any questions? If not, I'd like to take this opportunity just to thank Michelle, Suresh, Anye, and VC Goodson for your participation in our culture of excellence at the ECSU, and we could not do it without you. Without objection, we adjourn.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. And I think we're going to move right in now to our Committee on Finance, Audit, and University Advancement. Chair Culpepper.
We'll call that Committee on Finance, Audit, and Advancement to order and ask Gwen, please, to call the roll.
Sure. Committee on Finance, Audit, and University Advancement, Trustees Andy Culpepper.
Here.
Kim Brown. I don't know if he's come back yet. Lynn Bunch.
Here.
Chris Evans.
Here.
And Kenneth Wilkins.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
As chair of the committee, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meeting Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments of the law, all chats, instant messages, text, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meetings are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourselves before participating in the deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. As chair of the Finance Committee, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act, avoid conflicts of interest, and appearance of conflict of interest is required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for the Board of Trustees committee meetings. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, conflicts or appearance of conflicts should be identified at this time. There being none, then we have action items and information items. And information item, you had a question?
We need to vote on minutes.
Oh, excuse me. You're right. We need to vote. We need to have approval of the minutes of last meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll ask Gwen, please, to call the roll.
Roll call for the minutes. Trustee Culpepper?
Yes.
Not sure if Trustee Brown is back with us. Trustee Bunch offered the second. Trustee Evans?
Yes.
And Trustee Wilkins offered the motion. Minutes approved.
Thank you. Thank you. We have both action items and information items. And the action items are in the, excuse me, finance area. So I'm asked, or appear to be in the finance area. I'm asked Vice Chancellor Lisa McClintock to go first, and she can do the action items and her information items. So if Vice Chancellor McClintock will step forward.
Good morning, trustees, everyone. I was just giving you an update of the two action items before the Director of Budget, Bob, actually presents on the action items. Just to give you a background, the fiscal year 21 budget, we asked for the Board of Governors approval. The Executive Cabinet actually approved this budget earlier this year. It's just, this is a requirement because of SACs, as well as it's going and moving in this direction with the UNC System Office with approving of budgets. So that is the first action items. And then the second one is tuition and fees, which is no new process. It's just the process to get the Board of Trustees to approve the process. With that, Bob, can you go ahead and get started?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Action item number 1 is the approval of the FY21 general fund budget. The proposed 7/1/20 budget is $39,492.47. This is actually a reduction of just over $1.2 million from the FY20 Board of Trustees approved budget of just over $40.6 million. Please note on this point here, this date should be 7/1/19, not 7/1/20. The FY20 budget was built on assumptions about receiving recurring funds that were ultimately not received due to not having a state budget and enrollment goals not being met. In order to reach the required reduction, the following actions were taken. 17 vacant positions were not funded, saving just under $978,000, and travel budgets were reduced by just over $226,000. This detailed information is included in your materials. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to, this is the conclusion of the presentation for action item number 1. Would you like me to stop for you, the committee, to take action or continue with item 2?
Now let's put on the action item number 1. I need a motion to approve the action item.
Can you repeat the action item? Approval for 21 June fund. I make a motion to approve it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Well, we're
Excuse
gonna have a roll call.
Was that Trustee Evans that offered the second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gotta have a roll call to approve it.
Okay. Roll call for the approval of the first action item, which is the FY21 budget. Trustee Culpepper,
Yes.
Trustee Brown, Trustee Bunch,
Yes.
Trustee Evans offered the second, and Trustee Wilkins offered the motion. Approved.
Okay. Action item 1 is approved.
Thank you. I'll proceed to action item number 2, which is FY22 tuition and fees, proposed changes to fees. The FY22 tuition and fee committee consisted of 15 members across the campus community, including 4 co-chairs. The instructions that we received from the Board of Governors were as follows. For tuition increases are allowed for non-resident, undergraduate, and graduate true tuition rates. For Board of Governor mandatory fees, the mandatory fee group consists of the following fees: athletics, campus security, ed and tech, health services, student activities, student government association, and debt service. The Board of Governor instructions were they will only consider increases to the health services fee for fiscal 22. For all other mandatory fees, any proposed increases must be offset by a commensurate decrease to another fee, resulting in no net increase in the total of all mandatory fees, excluding health services. And the total maximum allowable percentage increase is 3% for mandatory student fees that are charged to all students and approved by the Board of Governors. Here are our current fiscal 21 approved Board of Governor mandatory annual fees. Of the 16 UNC system schools, ECSU's mandatory Board of Governor fees are the second lowest in the system for this fiscal year. Here are the proposals being brought forward for the committee's consideration. Tuition. The committee is not proposing any changes to the undergraduate or graduate true tuition rates for the 2021-2022 academic year. For fees and rates, there are 5 proposals. Number 1, round off fees and rates to whole dollars. Number 2, increase the health services fee. Number 3, establish rates for biased residence hall. Number 4, establish a one-card fee. And number 5, establish a mail center fee. Proposal number 1, round fees and rates to whole dollars. This is a best practice. It's easier for student accounts to divide the fee and rate between 2 semesters. The amounts gained or lost are trivial. For example, you'll see in the summary here, athletics, the annual rate is $899.31. The FY22 proposal would be $899 or a reduction of 31 cents. Student activities annual rate is $738.15. The proposal would bring it down to $738 for a reduction of 15 cents. And it's similar actions for University Towers, University Suites, and Viking Towers. Proposal number 2 is an increase in the health services fee. The fee increase allows for optimizing the quality of healthcare to students on campus through additional staffing for mental health services. Increased funding will allow an additional 1.0 FTE in the counseling center. The rate is currently $265.23. The new proposed rate is $333. The proposed increase is $67.77, which for this individual fee is a 25% increase. Although it is a 25% increase on the fee, it is equivalent to just under the overall 3% maximum allowed on mandatory fees. ECSU would move from 6th highest in health services fee from its current position of 11th. The proposal, combined with an estimated 6% increase in enrollment, as an example, would yield an additional $114,000 in fee revenue to health services. Number 3 is the established rates for Bias Residence Hall. Bias Hall renovation will be completed in early 2021, and approved rates need to be established before occupancy. The proposed rates are as follows. Bias Hall double, $3,082. Bias Hall single, $3,570. Item number 4, to establish a one-card fee. The ID card provides access to essential university services, including admission to athletic events, meal plans, library, security of the buildings, and so on. The fee would cover the maintenance of the Viking one-card equipment, annual fee, and the ongoing card services operations. There is currently no fee charged for this service, and the proposed fee is $10 per semester and will be billed to all full-time and part-time students. The 5th and final proposal is to establish a mail center fee. The ECSU post office is organized as a self-supporting unit with revenue generated from the rental of mailbox units. The fee would be used to offset the increasing maintenance and postal costs for this operation. It would only be charged to students who sign up for a mailbox. Housing currently pays a per-student mail center service charge from its own budget. The proposal is a fee of $12.50 per semester for those students who sign up for a mailbox service. This is a summary and an impact of all the proposals. In this hypothetical situation, this is the annual cost for a full-time resident undergrad freshman student living on campus at University Tower in a double room, receiving mail service and with a car on campus. Please note that all new fee proposals are in blue. You'll see in this third column here that in 2021, the total cost for this incoming freshman is $14,079.11. With the proposals that were presented today, that would increase to $14,191, an increase of just under $112 or a 0.79% increase versus the prior year. And Mr. Chairman, that's the conclusion of the presentation for action item number 2.
Are there some questions?
My question, Andy, would be Trustee Culpepper. Could they explain some more about the NC? Now, how the NC promise and the room and book? What can you explain the breakdown on how that would impact? What's the difference of the NC promise? What a student would get?
Okay, so the NC promise is just our tuition. So our tuition does not change, which is $500 that we charge students and $25 for out-of-state students. And you know that we could have asked for an increase this year of tuition out of state, which means it's supplemented by the state appropriation. But then once talking to the UNC system office, they said don't do that either this year. Right. So our tuition rate, I believe, is for out of state may be close to what, 16,000. But the state supplements the difference. So we get that in state appropriations. So we actually don't lose any revenue for our tuition and fees. So students will still pay tuition the same, either $500 or $2,500 if you're out of state. And the fees is what will change by $111.89, which is mandatory as well as miscellaneous fees.
This example you got here is for a yearly basis.
That's
not
so this semester you divide it by 2, and it's an average of, you know, the 112 divided by 2. So we actually really didn't have significant increases. The Board of Governors pretty much was clear that we needed a health service fee, and I support that because, of course, with COVID-19, our health service, and BC Brown can speak to that, have been hit really hard. And of course, we're only getting $114,000 out of it, but that's going to really cover his full-time counselor that he needs, because for a school our size, we only have 1 FTE and a half, and we probably should have 3, because our students are using mental services and health services more than they ever have before.
And the student, didn't the student committee approve that? And you have a student sitting on the committee?
No, they actually supported all this. We actually went through another scenario of another proposed increase that may be coming down in the future, and they was all supportive of the fees. They all was like, hey, we know we need these services. Our students are reaching out. I think that was one of the reasons, you know, they did the pass-fail option again, because the students are struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic. So our students actually supported. It was a very quick process this year because students, there weren't a lot of increases. And as far as the 1 card and the mail center fee won't impact all students. I discovered shortly after I got here that this fee was being piggyback off of the housing revenues, and that cannot happen because housing has enough on them and they need to be supportive to help build their fund balance to have deferred maintenance. So we had to create a mail service fee. This is not like an unknown fee. Other schools have a mail service fee, and like I said, it's a fee because we actually, that's self-supporting. The state does not support the mail center. And of course, we know our students like to use the mail center. So that is what that fee is for. And then a 1 card is to expand our 1 card system. Our students really only use the 1 card for dining right now, but the new software we have will align us with the other 16 campuses. So this will be a mobile one card. They can actually use it outside. Like if we can partner with outside restaurants and they'll take our one card system. So we bought the software to actually expand our services for our students. This won't all be up this year, but we will have it live for them for the dining as well as retail option as well as housing. But we plan to expand over the years. And just know the revenue that we're collecting still does not support the cost, but the school will continue supporting that cost.
So the insurance policy that the students have, how does that relate to the fees? If they have an insurance policy, then the fees are different than the insurance policy.
That's correct. The fees, because if your parents have health insurance, you can waive out. But if you don't have health insurance, you waive out, you can waive in. So, just as you go to a doctor, you still got to pay copay and stuff like that.
Right.
But yeah, the fees are totally different. The fees is just to support the operations of health service.
And you don't feel that would be a great impact on the students and their families for the increase? I know it's a minimum increase, but with this COVID and pandemic, and people out of work and children being, a lot of families don't have food to eat.
We actually ran it by financial aid. They didn't think it would be a problem because none of our students actually meets the cost of attendance. So it can easily be used, also offset with financial aid given. They may see their refund reduced by $25 or $50 per semester, but they actually will not get, most of our students will not be impacted.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Is there a motion to approve the fee system?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
May we have a roll call vote? Ms. Sanders?
I was on mute. I'm sorry. A roll call vote for the action item. Trustee Culpepper,
Yes.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Bunch offered the second, Trustee Evans,
Yes.
and Trustee Wilkins offered the motion. All approved. Thank you.
All right.
With that, we'll go into the update of business and finance. Bob, you can go to me. Just to give you an update of fiscal year 21, where we look at, this is our first quarter. Our total budget this year is 42. It actually increased because we got non-recurring one-time funding from the state this year. But the total expenditures as of quarter end, which was 9/30, was 10.752, and the revenues was 10.752. You say, why they equal? Because it's a quarter end. So with the state, you have to zero out or you give the money back. So we actually spent 25, slightly above where we should be, because every quarter, each agency should be spending about 25% of their appropriation. But I think this is a lot of because of COVID-19. So we're trying to get through that money before December 31st. Go to the next slide. Just give you an update where our trust funds is. The beginning balance was $5.7 million. If you look, our fund balance have increased 8.44 as of 9/30. Of course, this is pre-audit, but I think that has, with some of the grants that we have got, that have increased our fund balance, as well as I think the revenue came in from drawing down the federal funds. And you can look at your detailed breakdown included in your materials. Just a fiscal year, continuing with our fiscal year 21, this is the breakdown of money that we did receive. That was one-time funding, the $1 million in enrollment growth funds, which was mainly because of our aviation reclassification. We had $624,000 in North Carolina Promise funds. We had $772,000 in state aid, which is COVID money. This money actually has to be used by December 30th, which we have pretty much depleted that funds. We did get awarded an additional $408,000 in PPE. We have exhausted that fund as well. And still, as of right now, we actually still have our CARES Act money available to still assist us, which has to be spent by April 1st. We have some needs, but we're kind of waiting to kind of make sure we prioritize what we need. And I think that is my update. I did want to give you another update with Strategic Goal 5. One of the main things with the university is to really implement a robust budget planning We have actually been in the works with talk with a couple of companies about budgeting software that just will not be used for budget, but it actually can be expanded across the campus for other units, from facilities to enrollment and different things like that. So with the blessing of a gift from the provost for some future funds, we actually may be able to purchase the software, which won't cost us anything to get. And we actually are piggybacking off another school, UNC Asheville, which has it up and running. And so we're going to be doing some demos. So just to give you, we are moving forward with a budget and making sure the university has a budget, long-term budget, because we know budget is important to any school, any organization for future success. And also we're getting ahead of the curve because the UNC system wants to have a unified budget in place fiscal year 22, which is, we know, is right around the corner for all schools. So we're just getting ahead of this, getting started quicker so we can be on course with when it does go live with the system office as well. And with that, that is the business and finance update. Do you have any questions?
Well, that's good, because I was going to ask the question when we were talking about funding a structure in the previous committee meeting, and we went ahead and the committee approved to set some money aside, but we don't have any long-term capital budget, do we, for capital structures?
No.
So we don't have a timetable for them.
This software will actually include everything. We just recently found out it includes space. So I haven't even had a chance to share that with VC Goodson to tell them that, hey, we can actually piggyback off the space, and it can tell us about our space on campus.
So we don't really know what our capital needs are going to be for the next few years.
Well, we have a spreadsheet of it. VC Goodson has a good detailed spreadsheet, as well as he do a 6-year capital plan. He has it on paper. It'd just be good to have it where you can get it out of the system.
Trustee Culpepper, I'll just add to that. We were asked by the UNC system office, each campus, to submit a 6-year capital plan, which includes infrastructure plans and needs. And so we submitted that, and that was information asked or requested by the system office. So we have a plan in place written down, and the system office has that.
Okay, that's good. But it'll be easier with that software. Okay, that's good. The other question I had, which is probably not pertinent, but I'm always concerned about what areas in the university that may be losing money. And I know that's not a university concept, it's a business concept. But I know we've had some concerns about different areas that were not pulling their own weight, specifically the athletic department and the housing department. We still having some problems with them?
No, actually this year we really did a good job with managing budget, and everybody is doing really, really good this year. We are on time.
Great. Okay, that's good. All right, then we'll move on to Ms. Parker and the audit information item. If she's around, I hadn't heard her talk today.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. My update will include informational items only, and that is summary of completed reports. The full reports are included in your board materials if you want to follow along. The first report was an allegation received from the North Carolina Office of the State Auditor. This allegation was that ECSU was soliciting and selecting firms for services without having a North Carolina registered engineer or architect on the selection committee. We found no evidence to support the allegation because there was a registered architect on staff that was a part of the selection committee. The second report was an audit of the student conduct disciplinary process. This audit reviews student conduct cases processed through the Office of Student Development. There were no findings identified in this review. The third and final report was a review of disaster preparedness and continuity of operations. This audit assessed the university's policies and procedures utilized for the recovery of essential and critical business activities in the event of a national disaster or disruptive event. As a result of this review, we identified 2 observations, and we will do a follow-up on this in the future. That concludes my updates. Are there any questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
If there are no questions, we'll move on to advancement. Vice Chancellor.
Good morning, everyone. Well, we're in about a minute from afternoon. So let's see here. Hopefully everyone can see my screen now.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'm going to provide you with an update today on our fundraising progress, our solicitation plan, our virtual programming and engagement plan, and our strategic plan. Today you can see where we are as of Friday, year over year, FY20 and FY21. Now, before you begin to worry as you look at these numbers, because the numbers do not lie, I want you to know that what you see here are dollars in the bank. We only report money that has been received and not commitments. And what that means is that there are gifts and commitments that are not reflected here. Those include our $50,000 endowment from AKA, the $50,000 that you probably read about a week and a half ago from the Duke Energy Foundation, and the $50,000 that BC Brown mentioned from Z Smith Reynolds. And they're about $75,000 verbal commitment that we are working on agreements. Those 3 are already in place. So if we had those items here and the money was in the bank, we'd be at about $597,000. And we'll work through the slides so that you can see how we're tracking that to keep up with the information. In our FYI comparison, you can see here our donor count. We are at 710 donors. Last year, our total number of donors was 1,495. And we wanted to increase our donor base. So we are moving in that direction. And to delve in a little bit deeper, if we compare our donors by constituency, you'll see that we are increasing the number of alumni donors. Our goal this year for alumni donors specifically was 1,600, or is 1,067. So we're moving in that direction. Other individuals, and this includes everyone who is not an alumnus, that would be parents, friends, faculty, staff that are not alumni, you name it. If they're not an alumnus, they're in this group if they're an individual. And that's pretty steady, fairly close. And then our corporations, corporate donors, the corporations are a little bit higher. And one of the things that I want to call to your attention, if you recall last year, we were completing installation. So there were a few more corporate donors last year that were affiliated with that event. And so we've been kind of monitoring that. And the same foundations, pretty close, no real big trends there other than just movement throughout the year. Now, I'm going to reserve my comments for other because it's really close, but there are some things about that that I do want to point out to you, and I'll talk about that as we look at the actual dollars. So for comparison, dollars, you'll see where our alumni dollars are, while we have more alumni who are giving, we have fewer dollars. And so what does that mean? One thing I kind of want to share with everyone, or at least kind of give some perspective on, we had some very large gifts last year from alumni. that may or may not be repeated this year. So to give you some perspective, we had about 21 gifts over $10,000. Of those 21 gifts, 11 of them came from organizations or corporations, and $125,000 of what you see in that 196 came from about 6 alumni, just so you know. So to give you some perspective there. Individuals, not much to explain there. The corporations, we talked about that. Foundations, we received a very large gift this year from Truist of $100,000. And then I mentioned that I would talk with you a little bit about organizations. We received a significant number of gifts last year from churches, very large gifts, $15,000, $8,000, $6,000, $5,000 gifts. And so we don't know if we'll be able to make those visits or participate in fellowship with our religious organizations as we normally do. So we will need to definitely think about a strategy to continue to cultivate that relationship to secure those gifts. And then there were some other organizations that gave us gifts that we have associated with the installation. So I've mentioned before that we changed our management system from Banner Advanced to Razor's Edge. And I talked about how we'd be able to track our work and our activity. And so what you see here is how one of the ways that we're able to track our work. You can see the number of proposals that we've submitted to date. You can see what proposals have been funded, and you can see what proposals have been under review. Again, what you see in terms of proposals that have been funded are the ones where the money is in the bank. We don't move proposals under review to fund it until we actually have the money. So if we actually had the money for the proposals that have been funded, you would see something like $370,000 there, and the number would be 12. In the proposals under review, would see something like $479,000 roughly. But this helps us to know kind of where we are, and if we were able to get all of our proposals funded, we would be able to add $850,000 to what it is that you saw on the first screen in terms of where we are. So we're always talking about how important it is for our leadership giving. And so with each report, I try to report where we are with our trustee giving and our foundation board giving. And so that's the data that you see here. So campaigns that we have done since we last met, I mentioned to you that we would be launching our 1891 campaign in October, and we have completed that. It ended on October 24th. Our goal for 1891 Strong was a participation goal. The goal was to have at least 1,891 donors to participate. We only got 434 donors in that time period of about 24 days, but we were able to capture 87 new donors, brand new donors, and the number of alumni donors, 295. In addition to capturing new donors and the number of alumni donors, we took that information that came in either online or in the mail and updated our constituent contacts, email address, any information that came in that we did not have on the record, we added. We also monitored gifts that came in that were over $1,000 if they were not already a major donor or they were not a part of our leadership group, and really began to think about how we might cultivate them and engage them more. We were able to engage our students. We had about 23 student callers who called over a 5-night period. We were able to raise $50,000 with the number of gifts you see there, 351 gifts online, and then 83 gifts that either came through the mail or people either brought them in. We wanted to be really true to the campaign and measure its effectiveness. So what we did not include any matching gifts that we were able to acquire as a result of the campaign. We did not include a trust gift that came in during that time period. Any gifts that came through a donor advised fund during that time period, and we happened to receive a $10,000 gift from the North Carolina Legislative Black Caucus. We think it just kind of showed up during that period. So that was not included in that $55,000. Other campaigns that we completed. We did Giving Tuesday. Giving Tuesday is always the first Tuesday after Thanksgiving. You'll see, I'll draw your attention quickly to two different numbers. The first number that you see up there, 56,000, is a screenshot that was taken like at the end of the day, just as an image to put in this slide. But the actual amount of money raised was $59,613. And that included the $50,000 gift from Duke Energy Foundation that was presented to us. And we had 86 donors, 8 first-time donors. We also completed our, I would call it kind of a third-party campaign, something that's important that we do, our State Employees Combined campaign, which actually ends on December 31st. You'll see here just 9 donors. What you see in terms of the number 1,276 is payroll deduction only. Because the funds for this campaign actually go to the Central Office for State Employees Combined campaign, we won't get a final report for that until March. This is what we received. And then the combined federal campaign does not end until January. We tend to receive somewhere in the neighborhood of about $8,000 to $9,000 from this campaign. So what will we be doing for the rest of the year? We'll be completing our end of year appeal. And so we'll see some numbers from that closure. In January, we'll be partnering with Lenovo. Lenovo will host ECSU during their month of January. So we will be featured in their portal on all of their channels, and all of their employees will be encouraged to support ECSU, and they will match whatever is given through their matching campaign. And all we have to do is provide information for the portal and their various channels. It is still tentative based on what happens with CIAA, but the CIAA breakfast is on the schedule. We don't know whether it will or won't or what form it will take, but we wanted to include it. We've been working with the provost and her team and the deans. We are creating a solicitation that will be designed for each of the academic schools and segmented to mail to each of the academic units to those alumni in those areas. And hopefully it will speak to each of them via segmentation. We'll do an appeal for new grads, 100 days from graduation, the ECSU Day of Giving, which is an annual campaign. We'll do a stewardship project with our students for postcard. We'll do an end of year FY 21, and then we'll also work with athletics to determine when they'd like to do their annual appeal. We've also talked about a couple of other smaller appeals that we'd like to fit in, but these are the major appeals that we are committed to doing based on what we think we can do and do well. Now, we recognize that we can't always just ask for money without engaging our donors and our constituents. And so what have we done this fall? We had a couple of virtual reunions that went really well. The class of 70 was the first class to have a virtual reunion. Well, actually, they were the second class to have a virtual reunion. And they presented the university with a $70,000 gift, which included gifts to multiple areas, as well as an endowment gift. And then class of 75 also had a virtual reunion, and their gift was around $11,000, but they're continuing to raise funds. Class of 70 is also continuing to raise funds. Class of 81, their reunion is actually next year, but they have already started to gather and have multiple events and had a virtual event around homecoming. Chapters are hosting planned giving sessions. We want to increase information about planned giving. What we're finding as a trend across the industry is that people are continuing to give, even in the pandemic, but there are more individuals who are interested in planned gifts. And so we want to make sure that we are sharing that information with our constituents as well. Last week, we hosted the pinning ceremony for our graduates on Thursday evening. And coming up in the spring, we are focusing our year-end solicitation on targeting non-donors. We want to continue to expand our database, at least our donor base, expand our donor base. And we want to look at enhancing our communication. So we want to talk to folks more about what we're doing, increase our reach, so that when we solicit our non-donors, they're not hearing from us the first time with a solicitation. And we're creating, when we are listening and meeting with our reunion, virtual reunions, we're hearing these really awesome stories about our alumni and their experiences here as students. And from that, we'd like to really profile some of our alumni. The system office is asking for alumni profiles. We just received that request last week, but this is something that clearly we were already talking about because you had that in your report, in your slide presentation that was sent well before last week. We know that we have 102 endowed scholarships, and we are working to list those on our website as we kind of revise and look at how we can kind of clean and organize that, as well as identifying a list of our annual scholarships. We want to highlight our matching gift companies because we're able to really see the number now and know exactly who they are. And then, of course, as I mentioned, because we are having our planned giving presentations, we want to reinvigorate, or I guess revive our planned giving society. We're looking at hosting our 40 under 40 program. We want to do it virtually. We want to continue to have the events in the timeliness that we normally have. This would be the year that we would host our 40 under 40. And we are working to provide updates on our academic schools. Currently, we are scheduled to have an evening with the deans in February. We have 2 of our dates solidified, and we hope to have the 3rd one so we can begin to market those in early January. And those will be virtual evenings. And then, of course, continue to collaborate with academic affairs and student affairs. So as we identify these new donors and we want to get them engaged, we will think about how we can engage them across the university to keep them connected. And then finally, the foundation is going to host the annual scholarship gala on March 13th. And the event is planned to be virtual. Our strategic plan, just to quickly update, you'll see the objectives here. I've just chosen 3 of them. And we are working on, we've created the solicitation plan and working on a marketing strategy. The case for support is something that we desperately need, and we are working on that. Increasing the number of donors, you can see that. And then our stewardship plans to engage our donors and really kind of distinguishing between the levels. As we try to increase our donor base, we know our staff won't grow, but we are working to segment the responsibilities of fundraising between all of the staff members that we currently have so that we can address all of the major areas of fundraising. And we are hosting our weekly, actually, moves meetings to ensure that we are addressing and keeping up with our activities and bringing in individuals to train us. In fact, we have a training this afternoon with some folks from the system office. So we are addressing our strategic plan goals. They're ongoing. Are there any questions?
Yes, Anita, this is Andy Culpepper.
Yes.
Have all the trustees given?
No, sir.
I would encourage the trustees to take advantage of your year-end plan. What's that? December 30th gift giving time, because then they can deduct it from their taxes. They can help you and help themselves. And if they haven't given, they need to go ahead and do it. And we have encouraged all trustees to give a minimum of $3,000. The second thing that I would ask the committee is, in the new year, and this is an action item, I would like to recommend that we as a committee suggest to the Board of Trustees a suggested gift in the new fiscal year of a $3,500 minimum gift for the trustees. If I could have a motion to that effect.
You want to discuss it first, right?
Yes, I would like to discuss it first.
Because I want to discuss something else other than that with Ms. Walton. But I don't see a problem in the increase, and but if you got board members not giving it now, what's the purpose of increasing when what's the purpose of increasing when we don't have full participation on the 3,000?
Before,
So-
Trustee Wilkins, before you go further, VC Walton, can you tell us how many of the trustees have given?
Yes, 6.
6 of us out of 11 have given for the entire year.
Yes.
So I don't think we need to increase.
I didn't hear that. How many?
Hold on, 1 second. We work on a fiscal year.
Yes.
So
Yes.
It's from July 1. So 6.
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I can go
Do you
back
know?
to the calendar year.
Calendar.
Give me 1 second and I'll look at the calendar year.
Mhm. Can I talk about something else while you're looking for the information?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, Miss Walton, she's gone, right?
I'm right here.
Okay. I was just it's an observation. I know our alumni. I'm a member of the alumni. Yeah, I know I hear from them all the time that they're continuously asking us for money. There's a few of them that always give. Jeanette and her group, and so I have always been adamant about sending letters out to different groups of people. I mean, I've been talking this since before our new chancellor came, for about 2 or 3 chancellors, that institute, your area need to send letters out to different people for ask and tell them the story. Because I look at GoFundMe, I look at people on crowdfunding and how they just tell a story. A guy told a story the other day and raised $100,000 because he lost his job. So And by ECSU being a historically Black university in a tier 1 area, we could send letters out, have a letter already pre-stripped to send out to anybody that give money, Michael Jordan, end of the year, like Andy was talking about, these people making donations. Hampton University got $35 million from Amazon wife. And I think another university, about 3 or 4 Black universities got this money from her. But if we don't never send out things to people and ask people and continue to talk just basically to our alumni that give, and most of them graduated with degrees that don't make a lot of money, like A&T graduates in engineering, being central with lawyers. So they're going to give different and they're going to give bigger amounts. But all I'm saying is, if we could develop a script or something to just send out to people, it don't cost but a stamp and a letter to ask people, and you never know what you're going to get from these people. And my thing is, being in sales all my life, if you don't ask, you're not going to get. And if you don't know who's going to give until you ask. And you got CPAs that tell people where to give their money at the end of the year. So if we don't, that's an area that we need to really start looking at. It don't cost a lot of money to write a letter, or you need to get somebody to write a good letter. That'll be something you could, wouldn't cost a lot. And we got a lot of people with doctors around in your area that's the professors that know how to script stuff. So, I think that would be a good start asking before the end of the year to these different people. And you know all the people that got money. We know all the people that have money, and we know all the people that give a lot of money to different organizations. If they don't give us about 100,000 or 15, 20,000, you never know what they're going to give. But if we need to ask them. And I think if we could script a good letter and start asking, or either if you got this letter, if I know someone as a trustee, I could use that same letter, that same story to pass on to that person from your, from your department with the letterheads and everything on it. So that's just a suggestion that I've been adamant about over the years. And I think we're losing out because we're not asking, the right people. We just continue to ask the same people, and we get the same results basically, every year on what we're raising. What are y'all thoughts about that? Because I know, that's my thought.
Yeah, may I just step in for just 2 seconds? I don't want us to lose track of our responsibility as trustees to be giving. And
I know we're going to give there.
And also want to make sure that we know if we have given, calendar year, fiscal year. And the second thing, I think it's an excellent suggestion that we have a prototype of a letter that we can use in our asking. But in our asking, also make sure we're coordinating that with VC Walton so that the asks are coordinated. And that's one of the efforts. But I hope that we have those kinds of problems, that we're all asking of people that we know, corporations that we know, and it's a coordination effort rather than not asking at all. But I think it's really important that we turn that light on ourselves and look at where we have an opportunity to do better in our own giving. I just want to make sure that we have the correct data on that. So VC Walton, anything that you have to add in terms of the rate at which our board is giving, and then that, because I think if we're not giving, raising up to 3,500, those who are giving may be willing to give the 3,500. Because if those who aren't giving, maybe we have another issue there that we really need to get to the bottom of, because that's a significant number. Go ahead.
Ms. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would like further follow up on what I asked, about the, I understand what we were talking about. We're going to get back to that, but I was just curious what was her thoughts about the letter as far as having a letter that we could have to send out to different individuals.
We can certainly provide you with a letter to.
Not me, I'm saying the office, for you all to send out to different people that have that make donations that during the year to different groups?
So we do. If you will, I mentioned that our year-end solicitation, well, two things. One, you mentioned that alumni said that they felt that they were being asked repeatedly the same alumni were being asked repeatedly for money. And so we heard that. And this year, our primary year-end solicitation actually focused on non-donors because we want to expand the database. We want to expand the donor base. And we do know that donor fatigue is real. And as we look at our numbers and the number of people who have given in the database, that might be true because it seems to be the same number of people who always give. So to your point, we are doing a couple of things. One, we're asking people that we typically don't ask. And hopefully from the report, while it's not a ton of people, you are seeing some individuals who have never given before, who are giving money. And it is because they're being asked. So that's one thing. Second, we are certainly reaching out to folks by writing to them, but we are writing to them strategically because there is a message that has to be in the letter. We can't just write them to say, we are Elizabeth City State University and we need you to give us support. So I mentioned in the solicitation plan, one of our strategic approaches will be to reach out to the graduates of the different schools. So the deans will pretty much pin the letter or the piece to say something about their experience with the academic unit, what is happening with the academic unit, and perhaps how it has impacted them, their career, and ask them to give back. So yes, we are reaching out to folks in different ways. And to your point about telling a story, sometimes, yes, there is just a letter that just tells a story and that we need your support and assistance. So we are doing that, but we are trying to do it strategically so that we know who we're talking to. Everyone that we have spoken to this year, we know what we said to them because we're using solicitation codes. We know, okay, we talked to this person about this, they responded. We talked to this person about this, they didn't respond. So we're trying things that you said, right? We're doing those things. It does take time. There is a little bit of a strategy behind it. And I do hear what you're saying, and we are sending those letters. So we are sending those letters.
VC Walton, I would like to thank you for answering that question, but I would like to take this back to the original question and support what our board chair has said. When we leverage people and we try to build cultivation relationships, they ask, how much has your board given? Does your board give 100%? People want to invest in organizations where they know the people leading the organization are investing. So that's the original question. And that's why it makes so much difference to say our board gives 100%, because that will ensure or stand as an affirmation to this potential donor who may not have a relationship with the university, but who may just want to say, I want to be a part of this because you have built a giving culture.
Right, I agree.
Today, have you found that number yet?
Yes, sir. Yes. If we are looking at a calendar year, everyone has given.
All right, good.
Trustee Culpepper, can I make a statement? This is Kim Brown. I don't presume to be able to speak for everyone, but I guess I'm kind of in an interesting place because of board relationship with 3 different HBCUs. So I'm gonna share a perspective through 2 lenses. Number one, I don't need to be asked. I need to be reminded because that's just not my lane. And I'm just gonna be honest, I have not been reminded. So, I give more than the 35 every year, but I lose track of it because I'm trying to do that over several institutions. So I just need the institution to say, hey, you got an endowed scholarship, and this year we haven't received anything, or we received 1,000. Because I'm sitting here myself right now, and I don't know my answer, but I know I'm committed to giving to the university. It's just that I can't tell you if I gave this semester or last semester or whatever it is. So I need a reminder. And I'm not presuming to speak for everyone else, but I know I'm speaking for myself there. All I need is an email. The second thing is back to Trustee Wilkins' question or statement about a letter. Let me just share a perspective, and I'm going to be a little transparent. This Sunday was the largest giving in our church since COVID started. I did not ask for giving. What I did last week is I did a video simply celebrating and sent it to 13,000 people that are connected to our church and said, I want to thank you for giving. Now, in that video, I'm sure there are a ton of people that hadn't given anything. I didn't ask anybody for anything. I just thanked people for giving. And that inspired people that perhaps hadn't given to say, man, people are giving to my church and I haven't given this year. People, I think we've got to learn how to communicate in ways that aren't intrusive, because people will give. But if every time they hear from us is a request,
Right.
that too has impact. I think that there's another way we can do it by just communicating. I just want to thank everyone that has given to Elizabeth City State University during such challenging times. And you will be amazed at how many people will respond, not because you asked. And here's the other piece. My final statement, I'm not going to be driven by the amount. I'm never going to go less than the amount. But I just want to make sure that we on the board don't think that amount, whether it's 3,000 or 3,500, is the ceiling. I think we're suggesting that that's the basement, because I don't want somebody to say, well, I gave 3,000. All of us might be in different places in our life, but that is not, to coin a phrase, that's like saying you've tithed and you've done what God asked you to do. The reality is some of us can do beyond that. Some of us, that is a sacrifice. I do believe it should be 100%. I really have a problem on other boards I sit on. You say you love the institution and you haven't given. I just have a personal conviction about that, but I don't presume to speak for the whole board. But I'm just asking Ms. Walton, if you would just tickle me, because I know I can be one of the people that just has not given because I just haven't given. So all I need sometimes is a reminder. Bishop, you got an endowed scholarship, it's another semester, whatever, you haven't given. And that's all, and I'll take care of it from there. And as far as I know, I hadn't been reminded, so I don't know if I'm in the number or not, but I definitely, as the old saints would say, want to be in the number.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your comments on that, but you brought up something that I wanted to say in a little bit in defense of ECSU. Until this summer, we have not had the technical ability to get 10,000 letters out in a week, what less 10,000 videos that you sent out. We've now got that ability, and I expect we'll see much more stuff going out, but we just hadn't had it. And now we've got it. We got the new software program. So I expect we'll be able to see that get out. And how you send 13 videos, I don't know, but I will share some of my experience, because I could send 10,000 letters out in a week. But what we did was send what we call feel-good letters.
Right.
And we sent stuff to people just to make individuals feel good. We weren't preachers.
It was one video, Trustee Culpepper. We don't have the ability to do 13,000, but it was one video. It just went to 13,000 emails.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We sent one letter that would go, and it was a feel good. It was Veterans Day, and we sent a prayer about veterans or something like that. And I think that's what you're saying. Make contact with them. Anyway,
Yeah, may I speak just to the trustees? I think that it would be, it's on my to-do list. I know that, the company I'm with does matches board contributions at the end of the year. So, a reminder of whether we've, of what we've given. We'll know then whether we've met our goal, and then that will also serve as the, documentation we need for our company's board matchings at the end of the year. And there are a number of matching opportunities. I think that reminder can help with too.
They match what the other board is giving?
No, just me. Sorry. We're working on the rest of that.
Trustee Colfer, I just want to remind you that we are 30 minutes behind. This is very important conversation. I'll try to make it up in my meeting, but just wanted to
if nobody has any objection, I'm declaring this meeting adjourned. We were about to talk this together. There's some objections. And this meeting's adjourned.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move to Committee Chair Paul Tyne.
All right, good afternoon. I'm going to call the Committee on Regional Development to order. As Chair of the Committee on on Regional Development, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, texts, and other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meetings are deemed public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. As chair of the Committee on Regional Development, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflicts should be identified at this time. Seeing none, I will ask for a roll call from Ms. Anderson.
On Regional Development, roll call. Trustees Paul Tyne.
Present.
Harold Barnes.
He had to step off the call.
Phyllis Bosworth.
Present.
Kim Brown.
Present.
Lynn Bunch.
Present.
And Andy Culpepper.
Present.
You have a
Next,
quorum.
thank you. Next, hopefully everyone has had a chance to review the minutes, and with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So move. Kim Brown.
Trustee Brown moves the approval. Is there a second?
Phyllis Bosworth, second.
Thank you. You would read the roll call again.
Roll call for the minutes. Trustee Tyne.
Yes.
Trustee Bosworth offered the second. Trustee Brown offered the motion. Lynn Bunch.
Approve.
And Trustee Culpepper.
Approve.
The minutes stand approved. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no action items today. And so, and we did meet since the last time, so we've got some updates that VC Wilkins will share, and then we'll move into, I believe, a legislative update as well. So, Dr. Wilkins.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have an update from the regional development, and then following my update, Carson will provide an update on the external relations activities. In our last meeting, we did establish our strategic goals for this year. And we had two particular goals that we said that we would accomplish within year one of our strategic plan. So we'll take a look at giving you the update there. The first one was 6.2.3 as we look at organizing a board of visitors for the university. You did find in your board materials in the portal the bylaws that we said we would have out by the December meeting. You will have with the bylaws, the charter, the bylaws, and the expectations of the board. For just a quick highlight, the purpose of the mission of the Board of Visitors will be to assist the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor with their efforts to advance the university's mission and strategic priorities. We're looking at having a maximum of 30 members on the board. These members may be nominated by the board once it is formed, or the Chancellor, the cabinet members, the Board of Trustees, and the deans. So we can you can nominate, and members shall be appointed by the Chancellor. The term of members will be 3 years, and the nomination process, as listed in the charter, will have nominations submitted to the Vice Chancellor for university advancement by April the 15th of each year. So again, you do have the documents and the board materials for your review. We also are looking at the membership being reflective or representative of a broad base from local, regional, and national pool of the membership. For our next goal that we said we will accomplish in this year was just identifying and marketing some events to bring the community to campus. Well, one of the things we're looking at, and Trustee Time mentioned our meeting that we had on November the 20th, I believe it was November the 20th, the committee met to plan an economic summit. It was just a planning discussion type meeting. So Trustee Tan, I will yield to you if you want to chime in at this point.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. We did meet, and first we wanted to identify that there was a real need, and then divvy up some exploration as to what potential partners we might have in the area. And there's definitely a need from what we've seen so far. The Northeast economic developers don't seem to be meeting on a regular basis. The chambers of the Northeast are not meeting on a regular basis. Northeast Commission is no longer in existence. So there's nobody filling that coordinating effort for economic development in the region. We spoke with different trustees, spoke to different potential partners to try and help the staff alleviate their workload. And Trustee Barnes may have found a corporate sponsor. We're still need to discuss it with staff and see if it's a good fit. Trustee Bunch talked to the COA and they're happy to work with us to help coordinate things. I spoke with Kenny Flowers at Commerce, and he sent me a list of contacts in the region, and we also asked them for a contact with the Center of Innovation, and they're interested in helping us coordinate things. And so the next step was that we were going to look to create a committee of the potential partners so that they can assist us with developing the program as we move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Time. The other update we have is for the Small Business and Technology Development Center. Of course, as you are aware, the SBTDC's critical mission or purpose is for that of economic development in the area. And so we like to just keep you abreast of the activity that is taking place in the SBTDC that is housed at ECSU. And so you have the data for the year that is presented here, and you will see what has occurred from September 1 through November 30th, along with our year-to-date numbers. I also would like to share with you that I had the privilege of serving on the search committee for the new state director of the SBTDC. That was a few weeks ago. And while serving on this committee, I served with a dynamic search committee. Susan Fleetwood, she's the executive director of economic development in the North Carolina Department of Commerce, and she too offered any assistance that she could lend to ECSU in any regard that she would be willing to assist us. So we're looking forward to the relationship or the connection that we've made by serving on the committee with Susan. So that concludes mine. I'm going to stop sharing so that Carson can pull up his, and I will entertain any questions before, as Carson is pulling up his, if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee or the board? Don't see any. So Carson Rich.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I will be brief with just 2 quick slides today to provide somewhat of an objective overview of the post-election legislative landscape for 2021. So at the state level, there's really one main takeaway here, and that takeaway is that in terms of party control, nothing has changed. Republicans gained a handful of seats in the House. Democrats gained a seat in the Senate, but ultimately the GOP still has bicameral control of the legislature and control of the lieutenant governorship, while Democrats still have control of the governor's office, much like the previous session. Although, since Republicans still do not have a veto-proof majority, I think it is likely we will see again some of the back and forth regarding budget negotiations next year and the use of multiple streamlined tiny budget bills. And as you'll see in one of these slides here at the bottom, there is more than 20% of the legislature that will be new in the coming session. But I will say that the relationships we have built and the key offices we have connected with on both sides of the aisle have not changed. And when it comes to those new faces, I do look forward to bringing them good news of all that is happening at ECSU and, of course, informing them of our needs as well. At the federal level, well, party control is still up in the air for the U.S. Senate, and it will ultimately come down to, as I'm sure you've seen in the news, 2 Georgia runoff elections in January. So stay tuned for those results. It will mean a lot in terms of party control. And while we are on the topic of federal updates, I do want to mention that, as I'm sure you can imagine, there's tremendous pressure on Congress to do something before they leave in terms of a stimulus bill regarding COVID-19. And I will say that one is about to surface that is, I believe, $908 billion. And the 4-year institution pot within that $908 billion is at $20 billion. And just comparatively, the CARES Act was only at $14 billion. So we're looking at hopefully a larger pot for higher ed institutions to have access to. And I think we'll likely see some action on that in the coming week. But other than that, that's all I have. And I yield back my time unless there are other questions.
Thank you, Carson. Are there any other questions? All right. Well, without objection, then this committee stands adjourned.
Thank you, Trustee Tyne. Appreciate that. And we will move right on into our Committee on University Governance. I'd like to call that meeting to order. As the chair of the committee, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, texts, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meetings are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. As chair of the Committee on University Governance, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government Ethics Acts to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflicts of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for the Board of Trustees committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. All right, hearing none, I'll request that Ms. Sanders takes roll call.
Committee on University Governance. Trustee Jan King Robinson.
Present.
Trustee Lynn Bunch.
Present.
Trustee Stephanie Johnson.
Present.
Trustee Harold Barnes. Trustee Kim Brown.
Present. Ms. Gwen, I just tried to get on my cell phone as well. They wouldn't let me in.
Oh, okay. Culpepper.
Present.
And Trustee Paul Tyne.
Present.
Okay.
Thank you. All righty, I need an approval of the minutes from our last board meeting. Can I hear a motion?
This is Paul. I approve. A motion that we approve the minutes.
And I second it.
Thank you, gentlemen. All righty, we have several updates this morning, or almost afternoon. And so I'm going to turn, oops.
Excuse me, I just need to do a roll call vote of the minutes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. May we have the roll call for the minutes?
Sure. Trustee Robinson?
Yes.
Trustee Bunch?
Yes.
Trustee Johnson?
Yes.
Trustee Barnes? I'm not sure if he's back yet. Trustee Brown?
He's trying to get online the other way, so.
Okay, I don't see him trying to come in. Okay. Trustee Culpepper offered the second and Trustee Tyne offered the motion. The minutes stand approved.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We have several updates, and I'm going to just move right to them, and we'll start with our new HR director, Dr. Shamika Lane.
Good afternoon, everyone. You have in the portal the summary of the personnel action since the last Board of Trustees meeting. Do you have any questions? Thank you. The next item I have will be an overview of the 2020 UNC System Employee Engagement. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes. Today I have some exciting news to share. I will be presenting a high-level overview of the 2020 UNC System Employee Engagement Survey from Richard Boyer of Modern Think LLC. This online survey is conducted every 2 years and was administered February 4th through the 25th, 2020. ECSU had a response rate of 51%, which is a slight decrease from 2018, but is in alignment with the UNC aggregate of 52%. From 2018 to 2020, ECSU saw an increase of positive responses by 9% and a decrease of negative responses by 6%. Of the statements, 37 improved 10 percentage points or more, 44 improved 5 percentage points or more, 2 statements regressed 5 percentage points or more, and 1 statement regressed 10 percentage points or more. This type of growth is miraculous and highlights the efforts made to show employees how much we care about their well-being here at Elizabeth City State University. On this slide, the responses by job category are listed, with the highest response rate coming from SAAO Tier 2 employees and the lowest response rate from SHRA non-exempt. On this slide, it shows that the survey focused on 15 core dimensions. On the next 3 slides, I will show where we saw increases from 2018 to 2020. In the category of pride, in 2018, we had a 67% positive percentage, meaning individuals would agree or strongly agree about the pride of the university. For professional development, we saw an increase from 64% to 66%. For facilities, we saw an increase from 55% to 66%. On job satisfaction and support, we saw an increase from 58% to 64%. For supervisors and department chairs, we saw an increase of 61% to 63%. For the dimension of teaching environment, we saw an increase of positive responses from 47% to 59%. In compensation benefits and work-life balance, we saw an increase from 50% to 55%. For shared governance, we saw an increase from 38% to 57%. For senior leadership, we saw an increase of 30% to 54%. And in policies, resources, and efficiency, we saw an increase from 42% to 53%. For respect and appreciation, we saw an increase from 43% to 53%. In fairness, an increase of 46% to 51%. In faculty, administration, and staff relations, 36% to 50%. In collaboration, 45% to 50%. And in communication, 41% to 48%. Again, these 15 core dimensions shows an increase in positive responses across each dimension. For job category, you will see an increase from 2018 to 2020 for each of the job categories listed. For SHRA exempt, from 49% to 64%, EHRA IRPS, 44% to 61%, SAAO Tier 2, 42% to 57%, SHRA non-exempt, 52% to 56%, and faculty, 46% to 53%. As a SWOT analysis was conducted, some of the strengths and opportunities that came out of that were job fit, autonomy and connection to the mission, professional development, supervisor department chair competencies, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our opportunities are resource constraints, performance management and accountability, communication and collaboration,
this week will be,
and senior leadership.
I'm gonna say it out loud. Let me stop there. I just think
Make sure
we
you're on
continue to
mute.
navigate through the next few days.
We need to mute. All righty. Dr. Lane.
Okay. Lastly, I will review our 10 most improved statements, our top 10 statements, and our bottom 10 statements in complete transparency. On this slide for most improved statements, you can see from 2018 to 2020, we had an increase in positive responses and a decrease in positive responses in the following areas. This institution is well run. Senior leadership showing a genuine interest in the well-being of faculty, administration, and staff. Senior leadership communicating openly about important matters. Our senior leadership has the knowledge, skills, and experience necessary for institutional success. And there's a sense that we're all on the same team at this institution. Other improved statements, the role of faculty in shared governance is clearly stated and publicized. Senior leadership regularly models this institution's values. I believe what I'm told by senior leadership. Faculty, administration, and staff are meaningfully involved in institutional planning, and faculty are appropriately involved in decisions related to the education program. Examples are curriculum development and evaluation. Our top 10 statements where we saw substantial growth are: I understand how my job contributes to the institution's mission. The institution takes reasonable steps to provide a safe and secure environment for the campus. I am proud to be a part of this institution. My job makes good use of my skills and abilities. I am given the responsibility and freedom to do my job. Lastly, for our top 10 statements, this institution actively contributes to the community. My supervisor/department chair supports my efforts to balance my work and personal life. I have a good relationship with my supervisor or department chair. This institution places sufficient emphasis on having diverse faculty, administrators, and staff. And my institution is committed to building a culture that actively promotes diversity and inclusion for students, faculty, and staff. Diversity and inclusion means the intentional efforts undertaken to create an institutional culture and a working and learning environment that offers acceptance, support, and respect for a diversity of individuals. And this one was added, as you see, there was no data for the 2018 year. Again, in transparency, we're looking at the statements where our threshold was below 50% in positive responses, and they go as follows. My department has adequate faculty staff to achieve our goals. I am paid fairly for my work. Promotions in my department are based on a person's ability. Changes that affect me are discussed prior to being implemented, and issues of low performance are addressed in my department. Other statements in this category: our recognition and awards program are meaningful to me. I can speak up or challenge a traditional way of doing something without fear of harming my career. I'm regularly recognized for my contributions. I'm provided the resources I need to be effective in my job. And there is a good balance of teaching, service, and research at this institution. The key words that evolve after asking the question, what do you appreciate most about working at this institution, are here in this word cloud. As you can see, one of the largest words here is students. ECSU has made a major comeback. The vendor even stated if ECSU would stop, he would be buying. That is how much impact we have had over the past 2 years. There's an overarching theme that we are on the same team and a sense of pride in the importance. We have made tremendous growth and we are proud of the results. We will continue to work to create an environment where employees will enjoy serving our students with a solution-oriented and partnership mindset and a commitment to continuous improvement under Goal 5.5 of the strategic plan to attract and retain talented faculty, staff, and administrators. Thank you. I will now stop to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lane. I think there might be a couple of questions out there, but before I take them, I just want to acknowledge once again, I know the board sent a letter to the chancellor just acknowledging the incredible improvement and the fact that we are among the highest in the whole system. So, I just want to share with you, I used to share this with my students. It really is about how people feel about the work they do. And there's an old story about the bricklayer who was asked about his job when he was helping to build the an enormous chapel in DC. And when they laid the last brick, they said, well, how do you feel about your job? And she said, well, I built a chapel today. It wasn't that he built the chapel. So having that pride, so knowing that we are helping to build young people is just the most true thing about what we do. So thank you so much for that report. And thank you again to all members of the team, faculty, and staff. But I do think I know, Trustee Bosworth, I think you had a comment you wanted to make or a question.
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering if they could give or if someone can give us an idea about how our board could show support to the faculty and the staff, and perhaps other boards around the state or the country do things to show engagement with the faculty and the staff, and how we might be able to show support.
That's a great question. I don't know, Dr. Lane or Chancellor or Provost, anyone have any suggestions?
I would defer to the Chancellor or the Provost.
Yeah, well, I was actually looking for the Provost to answer that, but I would say that, in the current environment, your support, of course, through recognition of the work that we're doing. I mean, we have a number of people listening in on the trustee calls, and to acknowledge the work that's being put in is something very important to our faculty and staff. Also, events on campus, being there, showing up, showing your support. Graduations, arts events on campus, anything that you can, athletic events, anything that you can make an appearance, that visibility speaks volumes to your support. In regards to the survey, we had a town hall meeting. I called a town hall meeting last week with the faculty and staff. to present this data, but also to talk to them about our budget. If you notice, the lower 10 items that that Dr. Lane talked about mostly were around resources, lack of salary increases, those things that we know faculty and staff need, but we just don't have the ability to provide that at this time. And I have talked with President Hans, as he has talked with all the chancellors, faculty and staff salary increases is in the top 4 budget requests as a top 4 budget request from the UNC system to the legislature. The reality is we have people working on our campus that have not received raises in 3 years. And that includes my cabinet. And so just the thought of them not receiving anything in 3 years, but also understanding that the work doesn't stop. If anything, they have even more work now because of the pandemic and things that we've had to do and change. And so that is a voiced frustration, not just at ECSU, but all across the UNC system. And so I think your continued support and advocacy and visibility helps out a lot. And Provost, I don't know if you have anything additional to say in regards to what I just provided.
No, I would just echo your comments. You know, one of the things that, you know, even we can do a better job is when we have events now, especially even though they're virtual, you know, thinking back, I'm not sure we've done a good job of promoting those to the board. And so I know that myself, I'll make a conscious effort in the spring to make sure that you are, because I think that, you know, your attendance at the events does mean a lot, especially, of course, to the faculty who, without raises, and I know everyone would like that, but again, just acknowledgement that we do appreciate all of the hard work they have done. So thank you all, though, thus far for all of your support.
Well, I would ask then if you feel it's appropriate, the letter that we wrote on behalf of the Board of Trustees, if that's appropriate to share with the staff. I mean, there was tremendous pride that we took in the accomplishments of the leadership team, the staff, the faculty. So whatever, I understand what Trustee Bosworth is asking, you know, we want to show up. And so if we are online and we're listening, several of us came to the meeting you had, Chancellor. Don't know if we need to raise our hand and say we're here, applaud, whatever. We just want folks to know that we really appreciate, particularly under these extreme circumstances, what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think, so when we have the town hall meetings, we don't know who's on because they're live streamed. So we can't tell who's listening in. And, but we'll be sure to acknowledge, you know, at those meetings that there's a possibility we have trustee members listening in. But when we do live streams like that, we have no idea who's listening in.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? All righty. We thank you, Dr. Lane. And let me correct, I misspoke your title, your Chief Human Resource Officer. So I want to give you that due as a former CHRO. So thank you. All righty. Attorney Alan Goodson, you're up, sir.
Okay, thank you. Provide the ERM update. I wanted to share my screen with you. Give me 1 second. So we had a ERM committee meeting, and one thing that we did after we adopted our strategic plan, a couple of things: look at our previous risk at the institution, or what we could see as risk, but also look at our strategic plan and kind of see how, if there's any opportunity to mitigate these risks, you know, by looking at some of the goals that we were implementing and then sort of matching them to the risk. So, you know, we looked at our previous risk register. It wasn't as clear in some areas. It wasn't concise. I think some areas could have been combined. So we took the time to sort of really go through the previous risk register and then update this risk register with a little bit more clarity, but also with some risks that we are seeing in our environment now. And then we went a step further, and, you know, as we identified a risk, we linked it to an area where it could be mitigated in the strategic plan. So that way we were always operating towards mitigating these risks as a natural part of the work that we're doing with respect to completing the goals in our strategic plan. So I want to walk through the risks with you that we've identified, but also the link to the strategic plan. Our risk, which is similar to the risk that we had in 2018, one of our risks is low enrollment. Obviously, low enrollment impacts our financial stability. This was a risk that was in our 2018 risk register. Enrollment, as the provost mentions all the time, still has to remain one of our priorities because it ensures that we have financial stability and it preserves our representation. So that stayed on the risk register. And then it was linked to goal 3.1, which is maximizing our potential through an improved enrollment process and investing in recruitment, retention, and completion efforts. So that risk will be mitigated through efforts that the provost is working on in her particular area. And you can see that she's assigned that naturally as a part of the strategic plan process. One of the areas that also stayed from the 2018 risk register to the 2020 was the sort of a lack of management, talent management strategy to attract, develop, and retain high-performing employees, to optimize employee performance and address understaffing concerns. There were two things in our 2018 risk register that we wanted to really kind of clarify here. Two was understaffing, which led to compliance areas and sort of under training. So this was a way that we could sort of clarify those things, since they kind of fit in under the same umbrella of talent management strategy, but also look to how do we attract high performing employees and sort of optimize their performing. So we put that performance. So that's certainly a risk to the organization. How well, we are a function of the employees that work here. So we certainly want to make sure that stayed central to our risk register, but also part of our strategic plan in 5.5 is to attract and retain talented faculty, staff, and administrators. So again, as we continue to do the work in the strategic plan, we will continue to push towards the effort to mitigate sort of that risk. One thing that we identified, the committee identified, was succession planning, and that's something that we often talk about. In some areas, we are one deep. So what does it mean if one of us leaves? What does that mean to the department? What does that mean to the division and the organization? So one area in our strategic plan was to implement sort of SOPs for key departments, get the knowledge out of people's heads and put it in a document so that whoever comes after them, there is a certain level of framework already built there, in addition to just the sort of just the personnel piece. So this is a strategy that we will use among other strategies to identify sort of the succession planning as being a risk to the organization. The other was insufficient state resources and donor support. Obviously, that impacts financial viability and solvency. This is a risk that we carried forward from the 2018 to this 2020 register. I think the chancellor just mentioned, state resources sort of lack of state resources or resources in general inhibit our ability to sort of manage the things that we need to manage. So, in the strategic plan 4.4, we're looking at, I know Anita's looking at redesigning her fund development philosophy, and we're looking at sort of some infrastructure to transform giving to the university. So that's one way we can address sort of the donor aspect. But also, we need to ensure the university budgeting process prioritize resources. So that's how we can manage the resources that we have. These are two strategies, again, to address this. That doesn't mean it's the only strategies. Obviously, we will continue to advocate to the state legislator for more resources to be able to grow the institution. Compliance with state and federal requirements and standards, this should always sort of really be a risk of the organization. The way that we will manage this is through the annual audit plan. What Sharnita does in her shop as the internal auditor every year, she develops an audit plan and she asks different constituents throughout the organization to identify some of the key compliance risk, if any, and then she develops a plan around that. This is one that was in the 2018 plan. We thought it would make sense to carry it forward. One of the new risks that we adopted was cyber threats. You'll see now more and more organizations are being challenged through cyber threats, and we certainly needed to add this to our risk register. One way that we plan on mitigating this is Derek's group is developing an IT governance committee. As a part of that function, they'll be looking at our security, information technology security as a whole. This was a risk. The next one is a risk that carried forward from 2018 and to 2020, and it was some alignment between all of our different plans, from a facilities master plan to a budget plan to our strategic plan. As you can see, we're trying to ensure that our strategic plan flows throughout our different documents, including this risk register. But one way that we want to align these plans, one, we have to adopt the campus master plan. I gave you an update about efforts during the Operational Excellence Committee. But also we have to ensure the budgeting process includes all of those things. And Lisa, Farah, and myself are charged with making sure those things all work together and speak to one another. Just three more. Again, implementation of campus master plan. That helps us identify our opportunities for campus growth. I gave that update during the Operational Excellence Committee, but again, in the strategic plan, updating and implementing that campus master plan will help us mitigate that risk. The other is maximize operational efficiencies through a coordinated effort of integrated technological platforms. Really what we're getting at here is, and Lisa is a good example of this. I think she mentioned that she's developing a sort of a budget application that everyone could use. She could have easily just did that for her own department, but she's looking at ways to do it for every department to be able to use, so that individual departments are not going out and getting the same type of technology. We have one technology that can manage the entire process, and we're not going out and doing one-offs. So this is a way to improve our efficiency. This will also be a function of the IT governance committee to look at the request for technology and sort of help streamline those requests to make sure that they're coordinated. And last but not least, reputational uncertainty with regard to branding, perceived value, organizational status, public perception, and trust. And this should always be one on your risk register. This carried forward from 2018 to 2020. One way that we're managing this is conducting an existing evaluation of our communication tools and implementing new strategy that always are looking to protect our brand, our value, and our public perception. So these are the risks that the committee came up with, and these are the risks that we'll be working on to ensure that we mitigate throughout the entire organization. Again, our goal was to find ways in the strategic plan as one of many efforts to help mitigate these risks. But these are our top 10 in terms of what we will be working on. So I wanted to give the board that update prior to moving to closed session. Any questions I can entertain?
Any questions? I do have a comment. It has been just really excellent today, all of the presentations and having a strategic initiative actually itemized with everything that you're doing. That takes tremendous disciplines. It was very, very nice to see. So kudos to the chancellor and the whole team. Very well done.
Sure.
Any comments, questions, the committee? All righty. I'm going to request that Trustee Tyne will make a motion for us to go into closed session.
A motion that we go into closed session.
I
have a more specific motion in regards to the.
Gwen, do you know who has the motion?
I thought it was Chris, Trustee Evans. Is that right?
You're on mute, Gwen.
Motion.
Trustee Bunch.
Yes, I have the motion.
Oh, she has it? Okay. Sorry.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
I move that we go into closed session in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 143-318-11, Section A3, to consult with our attorney to protect the attorney-client privilege.
Second
There is-
motion.
Thank you. All in favor? Do we need to roll call?
Yes. Trustee Robinson, this is the motion to close session.
Approve.
Trustee Bunch made the motion. Trustee Johnson,
Approve.
Trustee Barnes. Trustee Brown. And Trustee Culpepper offered the second, and Trustee Thompson.
Yes.
say thank you to everyone. We went a little long today. Thank you so much, staff. Again, excellent reports. And we will have a very productive and I'm sure even a shorter meeting tomorrow. So have a great afternoon. Chancellor, if there's not anything else that is on the agenda for today, great. So have a good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.